Ribut tak kalah sukaku. Cuplak-cuplak suwange tinggal lenter membuka tondongku tak empong lerak-lere sopong guyun dele ake sirpong dele kopong sirpong dele kopong ampar pisangku belum masak sabigi diurung bari-bari mangga ngapung luhur jauh di awang-awang, memberkencang-cang na bangun taya karing rang, suku narang goas rejeng pamatuk nangelu, ngapak mega barihi bernatarik nyuruh, saha anu bisa nyusulkan na tandangna, gandang jumpa tentang taya bandingan nana, dipika gimir dipika serapku sasama, taya karempan kasihan lebar wawanena, manuk dadali manuk panggagahna, perlambang sakti Indonesia jaya, manuk dadali pangka koncarana, resep kahiji rukun sakabehna, hirup sauyuna tarapah hiri-hiri, silih pikanya ate inggis bela pati, manuk dadali ngandung silokasi natria, kersakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Nesak ngapung luhur jauh di awang-awang, memberkencang-cang na bangun taya karing rang, suku narang goas rejeng pamatuk ngangelu, ngapak mega barihi bernatarik nyuruh, saha anu bisa nyusulkan na tandangna, gendang jeng pertentang taya bandingan nana, dipika gimir dipika serapku sasama, taya karempan kasihan lebar wawanena, manuk dadali manuk panggagahna, perlambang sakti Indonesia jaya, manuk dadali pangka koncarana, resep kahiji rukun sakabehna, hirup sauyuna tarapah hiri-hiri, silih pikanya ate inggis bela pati, manuk dadali ngandung silokasi natria, kersakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Nope iya karandu dinoni tawa-tawa, luwu aku to ono meambo penaono, atombe kai-kai atombe pali-pali, ikeni dunguano pedulu duluando, ipoloa sama turua, ipoloa tempo sua, ipoloa besa bea, ipoloa beo hai
tulera. Panganan rohaniku, parerunoko tadong kon tulera, ento dai ko tulera.
All participants are requested to enter the Zoom meeting room because the International Seminar of Environmental Health is about to start. Before we start this international seminar, I would like to introduce myself. I am Aprilia Dinadiana, will be your Master of Ceremony this morning. First of all, allow me to read the International Seminar Environmental Health Rules. 1. Make sure your computer or mobile device is connected to the internet. 2. All participants are required to type neatly and politely. 3. Rename the account name with the format name underscore origins of institutions when joining the Zoom room. 4. Participants who take part in the seminar are expected to use the virtual background that has been provided. 5. Participants must take screenshots at the beginning and the end of the event, then upload them to the seminar attendance. 6. Participants are requested not activate the microphone feature and are not allowed to write things that are not related to the course of the seminar committed column. 7. All participants are allowed to ask questions or respond via the Zoom comments column or live YouTube broadcast with the format name underscore origins of institutions underscore questions underscore to speaker. 8. The seminar materials will be sent after the end of the international seminar. 9. Participants must fill in attendance and evaluation sheets that distributed by the committee. 10. Certificates will be distributed to participants who take part in the event until it is finished and will be sent no later than 2 weeks after the international seminar via their respective emails. 11. Participants who do not fill in attendance before the event and do not fill in the final attendance and evaluation sheet when the event is over will not get a certificate because attendance is related to data and certificate delivery process. 12. Participants are prohibited to distributing Zoom links to other than participants. Next is the reading of the safety briefing, which explains the safety and comfort procedures for the seminar participant during the event. First, make sure you are in safe and comfortable place and do not in driving conditions or other activities, so that you are safe and you can focus on participating in the International Seminar of Environmental Health. Second, don't forget to identify evacuation routes and gathering points in the event of an earthquake, landslide, flood, fire, or other disaster, even emergency occurs. You can immediately leave your room according to the existing evacuation route. Third, make sure your computer or mobile device is the sufficient distance. Adjust the brightness of the monitor and the lighting the room you are using. Fourth, make sure all systems related to electricity such as sockets and other electronic devices are set. Fifth, make sure your network and quota are sufficient to take part in the international seminar and ensure the security of personal data if you use public network. To maintain your fitness during the event, please do the following steps. 1. Take a short break from the screen by looking at other objects or closing your eyes for a few seconds. 2. Gently massaging the eyelids in circular motions for 2 minutes. 3. Using anti-radiation glasses. 4. Make sure you stay hydrated during the event at this international seminar. Lastly, make sure you continue to implement health protocols while participating in the international seminar. This will conclude the International Seminar of Environmental Health Safety Briefing. Healthy greetings and keep up the spirit. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, or those who represent it and its staff. The Honorable Speaker of the International Seminar of Environmental Health, the Honorable Deputy Director on Climate Change Adaptations Policy Instrument Development, Directorate of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, as keynote speaker Mrs. Nuraeni S.Hut M.S. The Honorable, the Chairman of the Indonesia Environmental Health Expert HAKLI Organizations, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes as Speaker 1, the Honorable Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. Chulalongkorn University on Thailand as Speaker 2, the Honorable Associate Professor, Head of Micropolitan Research Center at Institute for Integrated Engineering, Tun Hussein University on Malaysia, Mr. Associate Professor Th.M. Dr. Radin Mayan Sapira Radin Muhammad as Speaker 3. The Honorable, on behalf of the Head of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Irwan Sulistyo, S.K.M. M.Si, the Honorable, Heads of Department in the Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, the Honorable, Mr. and Mrs. Lecturers and Educational Staff in the Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, the Honorable, Chairman of the Student Associations of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, the Honorable, Collegiates, fellow student and participant of the International Seminar of Environmental Health, 63rd Anniversary of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. Let's thank God Almighty, who has given an abundance of His grace, so that we can gather on this sunny morning without any troubles. We also do not forget to always give thanks, because this morning, in the context of it is 63rd anniversary of Environmental Health Department at Health Polytechnic of Surabaya presented an international seminar with the theme Strategies and Policies for Mitigating the Impact of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. Previously, I would like to thank the sponsor from Cheers, and thank you to the media partners who participate to our event, namely partner.event, eventnetwork.id, gudanglomba.id, Event Pelajar, Medpark Waiki, Impli. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to read the agendas for the international seminar this morning. 1. Opening. 2. Singing the National Anthem Indonesia Raya and the March Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. 3. Screening of the profile video of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. 4. Performance of Kembang Goyang Dance from UKM Environmental Health Department of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. 5. Report from Chief Executive of the 63rd Anniversary of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. 6. Speech by the Head of the Student Associations of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. 7. Speech from the Head of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. 8. Speech and opening of the international seminar by the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya as representative. 9. The opening prayer. 10. Keynote speaker presentations of material, strategies, and policies for mitigating the impact of global climate change from an environmental health perspective. 11. Submissions of material 1, the role of sanitation in minimizing the impact of climate change on the environment and human health. 12. Submissions of material 2, effect of global warming and emissions on air quality in environmental health. 13. Submission of material 3, water management improving the sustainability of water resource from the impact of El Nino world temperature rise conditions. 14. Reading of the prize winners. 15. Final presents and international seminar evaluation sheet. 16. Closing. Before we move to the next event, we notify all participants to fill in presence of the international seminar sent by the committee in the comment columns, WhatsApp group, or YouTube live broadcast. Next, let's proceed the second event, singing the Indonesia Raya National Anthem. Attendees are asked to place their right hand in the fist of the left side of the chest. To the committee, time is yours.
Indonesia tanah air
Attendees are asked to lower their head. The next event is singing the march song of the Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. To the committee, time is yours.
Politeknik Kesehatan Surabaya, alma materku yang ku cintai. Bersatu padulah kita semua, menyongsong esok penuh harapan. Satukanlah irama langkah kita untuk menggapai cita-cita bangsa, menuju masyarakat Indonesia adil dan makmur, sehat sejahtera. Dengarlah panggilan Ibu Pertiwi untuk membangun bangsa dan negara. Janganlah takut dan janganlah bimbang, kobarkanlah semangat patriot. Di bawah Panji Poltek ke Surabaya, kita mengabdi tanpa pamrih. Dalam nama Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, Poltek ke Surabaya tetap jaya.
The next program is the profile video appearance of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya.
Selamat datang di program studi Sanitasi Lingkungan Program Sarjana Terapan Surabaya. Program studi Sanitasi Lingkungan Sarjana Terapan Surabaya terletak di Jalan Menur, nomor 118A Surabaya. Program studi Sanitasi Lingkungan Program Sarjana Terapan Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan merupakan institusi perguruan tinggi yang menghasilkan sarjana terapan kesehatan lingkungan. Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Sarjana Terapan Surabaya merupakan pengembangan dari Prodi Diploma 3 yang sudah berdiri sejak 1 Januari 1961 dengan nama Akademi Penilik Kesehatan Surabaya. Pada tahun 1976 berubah nama menjadi Akademi Penilik Kesehatan Teknologi Sanitasi. Tahun 1992 berubah nama menjadi Pendidikan Ahli Madya Sanitasi Kesehatan Lingkungan. Tahun 1993 berubah nama menjadi Akademi Kesehatan Lingkungan dan pada tahun 2001 menjadi salah satu prodi di jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya. Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan mulai dibuka pada tahun 2007 dengan SK Menteri Kesehatan Republik Indonesia nomor OT.01.1.1.4.2.01667 tentang pembentukan program Diploma 4 Kesehatan Lingkungan pada jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Departemen Kesehatan Surabaya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Program Sarjana Terapan Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya. Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Program Sarjana Terapan Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya mempunyai visi Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Program Sarjana Terapan menjadi rujukan dalam menghasilkan tenaga sarjana terapan yang memiliki moralitas dan integritas dengan keunggulan kualitas global bidang pengendalian penyakit berbasis lingkungan perkotaan tahun 2025.
Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan merupakan institusi pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan sarjana terapan kesehatan lingkungan yang profesional, mandiri, dan unggul dalam menjalankan tugas sebagai tenaga kesehatan, berperan sebagai seorang manajer, promotor, inspektor, asisten peneliti kesehatan lingkungan. Tenaga pengajar pada program studi sanitasi lingkungan memiliki kualifikasi pendidikan minimal strata 2, memiliki kompetensi di bidang kesehatan lingkungan, serta memiliki berbagai prestasi, di antaranya sebagai pemateri seminar nasional dan workshop, menjadi dosen beta sharing, menjadi tim penyusun dokumen AMDAL rumah sakit, publikasi nasional dan internasional, memiliki hak cipta video pembelajaran dan buku ajar. Saat ini, jumlah mahasiswa program studi sanitasi lingkungan sebanyak 152 orang. Pembentukan karakter mahasiswa dilakukan melalui kegiatan kemahasiswaan, kegiatan PPSM, kegiatan LDKM, kegiatan pelatihan kewirausahaan, kegiatan perkuliahan etika profesi, kegiatan himpunan mahasiswa yang meliputi tari, paduan suara, olahraga, tesa pala, pramuka, dan unit kegiatan lainnya. Kegiatan alumni berkontribusi dalam pengembangan program studi, di antaranya adalah bantuan buku dari para alumni, hibah peralatan praktikum, bantuan dana bagi mahasiswa berprestasi, dan sebagai narasumber dalam seminar dan kuliah pakar. Prestasi mahasiswa akademik dan non-akademik, baik tingkat lokal dan tingkat nasional. Yang pertama, menjadi juara 1 lomba futsal, juara 1 lomba fotografi, juara 2 lomba video dokumenter, juara 3 teknologi tepat guna, juara 3 musikalisasi puisi, juara 2 podcast, juara 3 esai. Sebagai penerima beasiswa dan mengikuti program kreativitas mahasiswa. Untuk meningkatkan semangat mahasiswa, dilakukan bimbingan akademik dan konseling. Dalam mencapai kompetensi bidang pengendalian penyakit berbasis lingkungan perkotaan, mahasiswa Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan dibekali dengan mata kuliah penyihatan air dan pengelolaan limbah cair, penyihatan tanah dan pengelolaan sampah, penyihatan makanan minuman, pengendalian vektor dan binatang pengganggu, dan penyihatan udara. Sistem pembelajaran pada program sanitasi lingkungan meliputi pembelajaran teori dan praktek. Proses belajar mengajar sebelum pandemi dilakukan secara tatap muka dan online. Pembelajaran teori dilaksanakan di kelas, selama masa pandemi, pembelajaran teori dilakukan secara online menggunakan e-learning Poltekkes, Taunding Baya. Sedangkan pembelajaran praktikum dilakukan dengan cara blended learning, yaitu teori dan praktikum diberikan secara online kepada seluruh mahasiswa, dan pembelajaran praktek dilaksanakan di laboratorium dan bengkel kerja, serta praktek di lapangan di lahan praktek. Untuk mencapai standar mutu, proses belajar mengajar dilaksanakan sesuai prosedur mutu dan telah dilaksanakan audit mutu internal setiap tahun. Upaya tersebut dapat dibuktikan dengan pencapaian ujian kompetensi pada tahun 2020 lulus 100% dan pada tahun 2021 lulus 98,2%. Untuk mendukung proses belajar mengajar, disediakan sarana prasarana berupa ruang kelas, laboratorium kimia, laboratorium mikrobiologi, laboratorium makanan minuman, Laboratorium Entomologi, bengkel kerja, ruang konseling, ruang kesehatan, ruang dosen, masjid, lapangan olahraga, ruang pelatihan, ruang baca, dan gazebo. Kegiatan penelitian dosen dengan melibatkan mahasiswa dari tahun 2017 sampai dengan tahun 2020 dan menghasilkan produk penelitian yang ditindaklanjuti dengan pengabdian masyarakat. Kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat dosen dengan mahasiswa dari tahun 2017 sampai 2020. Kerjasama Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan dengan instansi baik luar negeri maupun dalam negeri. Kerjasama luar negeri ditindaklanjuti dengan kunjungan pada Universitas Sentro Escolar di Filipina. Testimoni alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, saya Sumantri, alumni dari Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya pada jurusan Diploma 4 Kesehatan Lingkungan. Saat ini saya bekerja di RSUD Insina sebagai sanitarian yang berfokus pada pengelolaan limbah. Rutinitas saya sebagai inspektor kesehatan lingkungan adalah supervisi pengolahan limbah dari pemilahan sampai pengolahan akhir, kemudian pemantauan kualitas dan kuantitas air limbah, dan juga supervisi fasilitas sarana sanitasi pengolahan limbah. Selain itu, saya juga aktif dalam organisasi masyarakat yang bergerak pada pembangunan berkelanjutan di rumah sakit dan pelayanan kesehatan, terutama pada aksi perubahan iklim. Dalam konteks aksi pencegahan perubahan iklim dan pembangunan berkelanjutan, saya berkontribusi dalam monitoring gas emisi rumah kaca dan evaluasi data pengelolaan limbah yang berkelanjutan. Selain itu, saya adalah wakil ketua dari ASSOSIATION, sebuah organisasi profesi kesehatan lingkungan atau sanitarian.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Kraiwuth. Saya lulusan Health Polytechnic M.Kes Surabaya, jurusan kesehatan lingkungan. Saat ini saya bekerja di RSUD Kabupaten Sidoarjo dan saya bangga sebagai lulusan Polytechnic M.Kes Surabaya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Nuraeni Malika. Saya lulus tahun 2021, bekerja di Dinas Kesehatan, Pengendalian Penduduk dan Keluarga Berencana Kota Mojokerto. Saya bangga menjadi alumni Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Program Sarjana Terapan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Saya bekerja sesuai dengan kompetensi yang saya dapat pada saat perkuliahan. Alhamdulillah, dengan kompetensi yang saya miliki bisa membawa Kota Mojokerto meraih penghargaan Kota Sehat Swastika dan penghargaan S.K.M Award, yaitu sanitasi total berbasis masyarakat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya M.Kes. Saat ini saya bekerja di Laboratorium Kesehatan Kota Mojokerto, yang mana merupakan laboratorium UPT dari Dinas Kesehatan Kota Mojokerto milik pemerintah Kota Mojokerto. Saya merupakan alumni dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, program studi sanitasi lingkungan, yang mana saya ikuti program sarjana terapan. Saya lulus pada tahun 2021 kemarin, fresh graduate. Ilmu yang saya dapatkan sangat bermanfaat bagi tempat saya bekerja. Semoga program sarjana terapan lebih berkembang lagi dan maju lagi di tahun yang akan datang. Terima kasih atas ilmu yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Testimoni stakeholder.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Bobi Ramdhani Wianaka, Kepala Kantor Perwakilan Samarinda PT Hubungan Menara Timur, mengapresiasi dan bangga telah mendayagunakan lulusan Diploma 4 Kesehatan Lingkungan Poltekkes Surabaya dalam hal pengendalian dan pencegahan penyakit berbasis lingkungan di industri. Semoga teman-teman selalu sukses semuanya. Kurang lebihnya saya ucapkan mohon maaf. Terima kasih banyak atas bantuannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Surabaya telah mendapatkan berbagai penghargaan. Yang pertama, penghargaan rekor muri inovasi pembuatan larvae trap jenis terbanyak dalam rangka peringatan Hari Pengendalian Nyamuk tahun 2018. Penghargaan Prodi terbaik di lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya sebagai penyelenggara Prodi terbaik tahun 2019 dan 2020. Penghargaan dari Wali Kota Surabaya sebagai akademisi pendukung percepatan Open Defecation Free tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Forum Kota Sehat atas partisipasi dalam pelatihan Wamantik Sekota Surabaya tahun 2017. Menjadi pusat rujukan dibuktikan dengan digunakannya Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan sebagai pusat pembelajaran kampus lain seperti Poltekkes Kemenkes Palu, Poltekkes Kemenkes Kendari, Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama, Balai POM Kementerian Kesehatan, sebagai penyelenggara kegiatan STBM dari Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, konsultan pengolahan limbah rumah sakit, kontributor narasumber dalam rangka kegiatan pelestarian lingkungan dan pemanfaatan wisata mangrove di Kota Surabaya, kontributor narasumber dalam rangka mewujudkan instalasi pengolahan air limbah domestik komunal bantaran Sungai Kota Surabaya, kontributor penyedia narasumber kegiatan tata kelola limbah B3 Fasyankes PT Anak Lanang 3 Perkasa Surabaya. Dengan sistem pembelajaran yang kami berikan, terbukti mahasiswa lulusan Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan Surabaya siap bersaing di pasar global dan berbudi pekerti yang baik.
Mari gabung dengan Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan, Program Sarjana Terapan, Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, Politeknik Kesehatan, Kementerian Kesehatan Surabaya. Prodi Sanitasi Lingkungan, kebanggaan kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That was the appearance of the video profile of the Environmental Health Department at the Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. The next event is the Kembang Goyang Dance Performance by Dance UKM of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya.
Kembang Goyang Dance is one of the cultural heritages originating from East Java in the Banyuwangi area. Banyuwangi area is an area located at the easternmost tip of Java Island, Indonesia. This dance expresses the figure of a young man who is confident, hardworking, and has an unyielding spirit. As the name implies, Kembang Goyang, this dance has several accessories, one of which is a flower that is put on the hair or bun of the dancer. Therefore, this rocking flower dance is always performed by female dancers. The beautiful traditional Javanese movements and customs in this Kembang Goyang dance are one of the reasons the people of East Java still often use Kembang Goyang dance at curtain events and also to welcome guests today, as well as traditional music and song that strengthen the cultural elements of Javanese culture in the performance of this rocking flower dance itself. The characteristic movements that shake the flower and other accessories used are the basis for the formation of the name of the rocking flower dance itself.
Sono mucho
That were the presentations of the Kembang Goyang dance from the Dance UKM of Environmental Department Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. The next event is report of Chief Executive of the 63rd anniversary of Environmental Health Department Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. To Muhammad Surya Arasid, time is yours.
Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusiati, S.K.M. M.Sc, the Honorable Deputy Director 1, Deputy Director 2, Deputy Director 3 for their presence, the Honorable Heads of the Environmental Health Department, Mr. Irwan Sulistyo, S.K.M. MSI, and staff in the Environmental Health Department. The Honorable Speaker who have attended to the Deputy Director on Climate Change Adaptation Policy Instrument Development, Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Nuraeni S.Hut M.Kes, the Chairman of the Indonesian Environmental Health Experts or HAKLI organization, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D, Chulalongkorn University on Thailand, and Mrs. Association Professor D.S.G. H.M. Dr. Radin Maya Sapira Radin Muhammad, Associate Professor and Head of Micropolitan Research Center or MPRC at Institute for Integrated Engineering Tun Hussein University in Malaysia. And we in the committee would like to thank you very much for your patience and willingness to be a research person at the National Seminar today. The Honorable Mr. and Mrs. Lecturers and educational staff who have attended today's event, the Honorable Chairman of the Student Association of Environmental Health Department Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Reski Amalia Santoso. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and prosperous greetings to all of us. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessings, grace, and guidance so that we can all attend the International Seminar of Environmental Health, 63rd anniversary of Environmental Health with the theme Strategies and Policies for Mitigating the Impacts of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, that respect, to begin my remarks, I would like to welcome you to this International Seminar of Environmental Health. This International Seminar of Environmental Health presents for extraordinary speakers, namely, the first keynote speaker is the Speaker of Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Professor Dr. Sri Tanti Arundati, M.Sc, who will present the material, strategies, and policies for mitigating the impacts of global climate change from an environmental health perspective. The second will present subtheme one from the Chairman of the Indonesian Environmental Health Expert, HAKLI organization, Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, who will present the material, the role of sanitation in minimizing the impacts of climate change on the environment and human health. The third will bring subtheme two from Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. Chulalongkorn University on Thailand, who will present the material effects of global warming and air emissions on air quality in environmental health. The fourth will present subtheme 3 by Professor Matia G.S.G. H.M., Dr. Radimaya Sapira Radin Muhammad, Tun Hussein University in Malaysia, who will present the material Water Management in Improving the Sustainability of Water Resources from the Impacts of El Nino Onward Temperature Rise Conditions. The objectives of this event are the first, socialization about mitigating the impacts of global climate change in the perspective of environmental health. The second, introducing the Department of Environmental Health to the general public. The International Seminar of Environmental Health event was attended by around participants, lecturers, students, health workers, and others. We would like to thank the committee, colleagues, and those who have supported the implementation of this International Seminar of Environmental Health even so that this event can take place. Finally, if that our board that is blessing, we apologize profusely. Congratulations on attending this international seminar of environmental health. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Muhammad Surya Al-Rasid, as Chief Executive of the 63rd Anniversary of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya for the report. The next program is the speech of the head of the Environmental Health Student Associations at the Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. To Reski Amalia Santoso, time is yours.
Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi S.K.M. M.Sc, the Honorable Deputy Director 1, Deputy Director 2, Deputy Director 3 for their presence, the Honorable Head the Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Irwan Sulistyo S.K.M. M.Si, the Honorable our today's great speakers, the Honorable lecturers and educational staff who have taken the time to attend today's event, the Honorable Collegiate, fellow students and participants of the International Conference of Environmental Health 63rd Anniversary of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. First of all, let us give praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has bestowed His grace, guidance, and favor, so that we can all gather in good health without lacking anything. Allow me, Reski Amalia Santoso, as the Chairman of the Student Association of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, give a few remarks on this morning, January 6, 2024, to attend the International Seminar of Environmental Health with the theme, Strategies and Policies for Mitigating the Impact of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. The International Seminar of Environmental Health, held by one of a series of annual events held by the Surabaya Environmental Health Student Association in commemoration of the 63rd anniversary of the Surabaya Environmental Health Department. Of course, in this seminar, we can bring great speakers. I would like to thank the entire academic community who participated in today's international seminar. Also, thank you to the head of department, Mr. Irwan Sulistyo S.K.M. M.Si, and the lecturer for their presence so that this event can take place. That's all the remarks from me. More or less, I apologize if there are wrong words and actions that are intentional or unintentional. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Reski Amalia Santoso, as head of the Student Associations of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya for his remarks. The next event is a speech from the head of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, to Mr. Irwan Sulistyo S.K.M. M.Si. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable our today's great speakers. Thank you very much for the presence and willingness of the head of the Subdirectorate for Development of Climate Change Adaptation Device, Directorate of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Nuraeni S.Hut, M.Kes, the Chairman of the Indonesia Environmental Health Expert HAKLI Organization, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D, Chulalongkorn, University of Thailand, and Ms. Associate Professor S.K.M, Dr. Radin Maya Sapira Radin Muhammad, Associate Professor and Head of Micropollutant Research Center, MPRSC, at Institute for Integrated Engineering, IIA, Tun Hussein University in Malaysia. Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusadi, S.K.M, M.Sc, the Honorable Deputy Director 1, Deputy Director 2, Deputy Director 3 for their presence. The Honorable Mr. and Ms. Lecturer and educational staff who have attended. The Honorable, we love and are proud of the students of the seminar community who have devoted their ability and energy to implementation of the International Seminar of Environmental Health. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. Welcome to the participant and speaker of the International Seminar of Environmental Health. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Praise and thanks to be God Almighty who has bestowed His favor and gift so we can be brought together in this morning. My respect audience, in 2024, the Environmental Health Department of the Surabaya Health Polytechnic is 63 years old. With the holding of the 63rd anniversary of the Environmental Health Department, it can be a place to remember the history of the birth of this development department and can continue to provide various achievements from the academic or non-academic field, as well as being a reflection on all the activity we have done in the past and taking lesson from the past so that we can make a boost of enthusiasm as well as learning and improvement in the future. We also believe that the future of the department will be able to run better in the future. Amin. In addition to achievement from the academic and non-academic field that have been obtained, various work have also been included by the Surabaya Ministry of Health Polytechnic Environment Health Department, including the Best Study Program Award in the Surabaya Ministry of Health Polytechnic Environment in 2019 and 2020. In December 2021, yesterday, received a certificate of appreciation as contribute to the stunting prevent research. An award from the Surabaya City Health City Forum for its contribution to supporting the climate program in Jambangan, Surabaya City, in the form of construction of IPAL, domestic communal on the riverbank in 2021. Award from the Mayor of Surabaya as an academic supporting the acceleration of open defecation free or ODF in 2022. Award from the Health Office of Kemarang Health Center for its cooperation MOU in helping with problem in the work area. The Kemarang Center UPT Madiun Regency in 2022, awarding from Tunasico from its concern for education, health, and environment of community in 2023. On this occasion, the Environmental Health Department celebrates its birthday with a series of activities that were quite number and designs. Some of these activities were spread by the lecturer council, and some others were initiated by students, one of which was by holding this academic-oriented activity. We titled the event Strategy of Policy for Mitigating the Impact of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. I hope that by participating in this international seminar of environmental health, we can add insight and knowledge with the material presented by the speakers. Besides, the participant can understand more material after attending this seminar, so that new idea and view can be contribute to the progress of the nation. We also hope that the holding of the International Seminar of Environmental Health can foster newer and fresher innovation by relying on creativity and the use of technology in the current area. We also hope that this agenda can continue in the coming year, so that at least once a year we can exchange idea to advance this nation be even better in the future. Finally, I would like to congratulate you on attending the International Seminar of Environmental Health with the theme Strategy and Policy for Mitigating the Impact of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. We apologize if there are any shortcomings in our service during this international seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Mr. Irwan Sulistyo, S.K.M. MSE, as head of the Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya for his remarks. Alright, then is followed by remarks by Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, as well of officially opening the International Seminar of Environmental Health to Mr. Ferry Kriswandana as STMT as Deputy Director 3. Time is yours.
Okay. Can my voice be heard clearly? Can my voice be heard clearly?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of to us. Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusadi, S.K.M, the Honorable Deputy Director of Climate Change Adaptation Policy Instrument Development, Directorate of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Nuraeni, M.Kes, we would like to thank you for taking the time to be the keynote speaker at this international seminar. The Honorable Chairman of the Indonesian Environmental Health Expert HAKLI Organization, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, the Honorable Mr. Professor Assistant Professor Kraiwuth, Kallawicha, Ph.D. at Chulalongkorn University on Thailand, the Honorable Mrs. Associate Professor T.S.G.H.M. Dr. Radin Maya Sapira, Radin Muhammad Associate Professor and Head of Micropollutant Research Center in Institute for Integrated Engineering, Tunusen University in Malaysia. Thanks also to Deputy Director 1, Deputy Director 2 for their presence, the Honorable Head of the Environmental Health Department, Mr. Erwan Sulistyo, S.K.M, MSI, the Honorable lecturers and educational staff who have taken the time to attend today's event. Once again, we say good morning and welcome to the participants and speakers of the International Seminar of Environmental Health. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Let us express our gratitude to the God Almighty who has bestowed his favor and gifts so that we can be brought together this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, who I respect, this seminar is one of a series of annual events in commemoration of the 60th anniversary of the Department of Environmental Health Surabaya. At this international seminar of environmental health, we raise the theme, strategies and policies for mitigating the impact of global climate change from an environmental health perspective. In connection with this theme, we invited the keynote speaker as an honorary speaker who will give a speech and main material, and we invited several other great speakers to deliver material related to the theme. I would like to thank the committee for organizing this event with enthusiasm and order, as well as to the lecturers who have guided students in preparing this 60th anniversary of the Department of Environmental Health. That's all the remarks that I can give. Hopefully, all participants of the International Seminar of Environmental Health get useful knowledge and can implement it in everyday life so that a knowledgeable society will be created by skills that refer to the development of health, science, and technology. Be saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Seminar of Environmental Health was officially opened. Finally, if there are mistakes in speech, I apologize profusely. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Mr. Ferry Kriswanana, SSTMT, who has represented the Director of the Health Polytechnic of Surabaya for his remarks. Before we start the main event of this international seminar, we'll start with the opening prayer, which will be read by Atsya Putra Mahadika. To Atsya Putra Mahadika, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya, Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, S.K.M, M.Sc, Honorable Head of the Environmental Health Department, Mr. Erwan Sulistyo, S.K.M, MSI, and the managers of the Environmental Health Department, Honorable the speaker who have attended today, Honorable Mr. and Mrs. lecturers who have been present today, unforgettable all friends of the international seminar participant that I am proud of. Before starting this event, let us for a moment bow our heads, hearts, and souls to God Almighty to ask for His pleasure for what we are going to do here. I will bring praise according to Islam, and for those of other religion, praying according to respective religion and belief. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jamika wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bi wa'fu anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna alal qaumil kafirin. Rabbana fir lana wa liwalidayna wa li jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Ya Allah, allow us today to hold the international seminar of environmental health with the theme strategies and policies for mitigating the impacts of global climate change from an environmental health perspective. Ya Allah, make this event a useful assembly of knowledge as a generator of enthusiasm for us and beneficial for the progress of our nation. Ya Allah, inspire us with intelligence and protect us from the temptation of accursed devil. Ya Allah, enlighten our hearts with the light of your pious servant. Ya Allah, open our chest and make it easy for us to gain knowledge. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Alright, entering the core agenda of the environmental seminar of environmental health today. Firstly, I will explain the international seminar of environmental health divided into 4 materials, where the first material will be delivered by our keynote speaker, and for the next 3 materials will be delivered by experienced speakers in their fields. Of course, there will several door prize categories for participants who take part in the international seminar today, including participants with the best questions and the most active participant with the criteria of the asking the most frequently and always turning on camera feature. For this reason, we urge all participants to activate the camera feature and prepare questions during the delivery of the material. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud of the next start international seminar. Let's look the presentations of the first material, that strategies and policies for mitigating the impact of global climate change from an environmental health perspective, by Mrs. Nuraeni, S.Hut, M.Kes. Hello, Miss. Good morning. Hello, Miss Nuraeni.
Morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay,
Morning.
thank you. Just go ahead, Mrs. Allow me to present a brief curriculum vitae.
Okay, go ahead.
Mrs. Nuraeni, S.Hut, M.Kes. She was born on November 1969. She was a Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and she is also the Deputy Director of Climate Change Adaptations Policy Instrument Development. Director of Climate Change Adaptations, Mrs. Nuraeni, S.Hut, M.Kes, has studied at bachelor degree on Forestry, Hasanuddin University, Makassar, Indonesia, and Master in Environmental Studies. Your University, Toronto, Canada, DCSAM has work history including structural position, staff in technology development sections, Environmental Agency of Sulawesi and Maluku Region, Ministry of Environment, 1997 until 2021, head of sections in community improvement and informations, Deputy ASEAN Deputy, 2005 until 2021, head of sections of environment governance, environmental protections and management, 2005 until 2009, head of sections of environmental inventory, environmental protections and management of Sulawesi, Maluku and Papua regions, 2009 until 2012, Head of Divisions of Capacity Building in Center of Emerging Development of Sulawesi dan Maluku, 2012 until 2015. Deputy Director of Adaptations of Natural Ecology, 2015 until 2022. Deputy Director of Climate Change Adaptations Policy Instrument Development, Directorate of Climate Change Adaptations, 2022 until now. Okay, that was reading of the curriculum vitae brief from our keynote speaker, Mrs. Nuraeni S.Hut M.As. For the next presentations of the material, to Mrs. Nuraeni S.Hut M.As, time is yours.
Thank you, Miss MC. Wow, I think I got problem with the camera. I couldn't make it on, but let's solve it later. Oh, I'm not sure if I can make it. Can you help me with
Can you turn the camera?
Yes, I tried to, but just directly return to the off camera again in my computer. I don't know what is the problem. Okay, let me try. How about that one? Nah. Maybe your crew automatically make okay, that's why you have to allow me to open my camera, but still. Oh. Hello. Yes, I've already started my video, but still. Can you help me to present my presentation? I think that is the best way to proceed right now, considering my technical glitch right now. I tried to solve it, but it seems that it didn't work well. No? Still no?
Okay, Miss, no problem. To Mrs. Nuraini, time is yours.
Okay. But how about the screen? I try to share screen, right? Okay. How about the screen? Is it can you see my screen?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, let's try it. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Excellencies, the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Surabaya, and all the deputy directors of the Environmental Faculty of Polytechnic in related to celebrate this its anniversary. Excellencies, and dear academic community and participants of this event. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Praise to Allah for the blessed morning for all of us. This morning we are still be able to meet in the online format for me in a good health, and hopefully all of you also can attend the online meeting as well as the offline meeting. First of all, I'm sorry, I'd like to thank you for inviting the Directorate for Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry to this event. We are honored to be here as one of the resource person to this seminar, international seminar related to environmental health. I'm here as the representative of my director of climate change adaptation, to deliver my speech. Secondly, we appreciate the Poltekkes Surabaya, which raises the issues of climate change and health in this important event, which shows the commitment of the Poltekkes in effort to control climate change, especially climate change adaptation. Third, allow me to point some important points regarding the climate change and environmental health nexus through my presentation. We will start about the climate itself because we will talk about climate change. What science says about the climate right now. Based on the AR6 of IPCC, which published recently in 2032, is the most finding of this panel of scientists from all over the world conclude that the temperatures will increase in the future and extremes become more widespread and pronounced with every incremental of warming that we can see from this slide 1 that I present. This is slides I quoted from the IPCC AR6. What the implications of the findings? I will focus on the health sectors. This what factors of climate that will put risk on the human health. We talk about human health in this sense. The slide shows us that every single increase of temperature will widespread the area that will be impacted by climate change on health. Here we specifically from heat and humidity, from the increase of temperature. We just talk about temperature here and rainfall, of course, because we talk humidity. And then here also the finding shows us how this climate change will impact to health. In the middle part of these slides, you can see that climate change will impact health sectors across region from Africa, Asia, Australia, Central and South America, Europe, North America, small islands. I think small island, we should put specific interest in this small island issue because the characteristic is quite different with the mainland. Arctic region, and then we see here cities by the sea, Mediterranean, as well as mountain regions. We can see here that the climate change impact on health sector classified in 4 aspects. We call it namely infectious disease, heat, malnutrition and others, mental health, and displacement. I think this 3.1 is directly related to health sector. This slide shows us that most likely the climate change will pose adverse impact to the health, particularly for human health in all across the globe. Even though in this show also you can see for some areas there is no data available. That's why they put it here, not assessed for this region, for particularly aspect of impacts on health and well-being here. For example, for Africa, Central and South America, but for Asia, I get we have complete data here, and then it shows us that for heat, malnutrition, and other and mental health, also quite significant will be occur due to the climate change. Here, I think I've already mentioned this, but this is you can see it more clearly. This is the climate change impact on health and well-being, and then the 3.1 here will impact specifically for health sectors. This also see how the magnitude of the impact. We can see this, but at some areas, maybe the climate change pose impact, negative impact to health sector, but at the same time, they have something that as a positive impact. That's why maybe this area will be the approach for climate change adaptation for all areas is not a one prescriptive methodology and action, because every area have their own modality is already there, and then can be positive or reduce the vulnerability of the climate change. Here we have, although from the previous slide, we mentioned how the climate change will impact our health as a human, individually or as a human system as well. But still, I think we have opportunity to go through, and then we can choose which pathway that we will take. It depends on us, and surely that from national policy will play important roles in this matter, alongside with the implementation at the site level. This one from the IPCC also point out some potential synergy between adaptation and mitigation. Then we can, I think we can learn, or we can choose which pathway or which approach that we will take for our nation, for example, for Indonesia. I think the most important thing that when we talk about how this climate change impact the health sector is I think it's good news that during the COP28 in UAE, Dubai, I think last December, just recently, there is a health declaration in this event. Even though this COP28 is related to climate change, it's a conference for climate change, but some parties able to hold just like the gathering from, I think here we can see that 100 and 45 countries endorsed the declaration, which is hosted by the UAE presidency. I think this is a good opportunity to see how this health and climate change nexus in the future. And then I can tell you that from the negotiation experience that I attended, that I think health sectors is the one priority sectors and theme of the climate change adaptation. Even when we discuss about what are the global goal on adaptation look like, and then most of the country agree that we have to put this health area, health sector, health theme as a one of the indicator if we want to say that our future is resilient from climate change. I think that is that from the international perspective. Let's see to our national context, in this case, Indonesia. We talk about climate change, and then we reverse the definition to the Environmental Act, Act number 22 of 2009. Is that the definition? Because we have to see the definition first, because we talk about climate change as a whole. Now here we try to compare the result of the I'm sorry, I think it's not the IPCC fifth assessment report here, but AR6 or assessment report 6, the recent one. So here we can see the left side graph shows us that the temperature, the mean temperature of the global mean temperature will rise. Let's say here we can see from the graph here is 1.1 for all the scenarios. Here we have the new approach, the new scenarios, we call it SSPI. If we compare to the old one, we said RCP, representative pathway. But here is actually it's the same. Just they put, I think they have more data. So we can put 5 different scenarios. Meanwhile, from the RCP scenarios, we have just only 4 scenarios. The additional scenarios is SSPI 1, which 1.9. We don't want to talk focus on this term, but I just want to point out here that the temperature mean will increase, let's say 1.1, I think. But if we see the the more extreme scenarios, you can see here for the next maybe 2023, the the target to not exceed 1.5 degrees will be exceed. Therefore, why all the country was called to increase the ambition to reduce the GHG. How about in Indonesia? Here in the graphs, the right side, we can see actually the temperature rise Indonesian context is below the global trends. But this source from 2017, but AR6 is from 2022. So we will see how these scenarios, is it still the same with this 2017 version? In the next national communication, it should be launched, I think 2025. We call it 4th national communication. Hopefully, the trend is the same, because we know if the trends is more frequent than we already experienced, we have to put more effort. what does the graph actually conclusion that we can see from the studies from Indonesian experience on in the TNC? There's a increased temperature for sure. And then also the sea surface temperature as well. And also for the ocean, the sea surface salinity also will increase. And then other important potential impact is the sea level rise. I think this issue Indonesian has experiencing now in north part of Java, and then the good example that we can see at Kota Pekalongan is, or where the coastal zone is already sinking, and then on top of that, the seawater filled that land, which caused the community at the coastal zone have to move to other area. This is the good case, and then maybe from this case we can also see how this climate change, particularly sea level rise, will impact the human health. For the student, maybe you have the idea to have research or assessment to this case. And then regarding to the rainfall or precipitation, it will be changing in season pattern. And the most other important things, particularly for Indonesia, because Indonesia is a key pelagic islands that very effective by the extreme event, particularly due to the high wave. I think this is the breakdown, the number, how this all factor of climate will impact will impact in Indonesia in the future. Why we are so concerned about the climate change? Because the impact that we can see from this slide, we categorize two impact here, or two events triggered by climate change. First one is slow onset event. Means that these slow onset events, we can say that it's not the extreme one. There's, for example, temperature just increase maybe 0.0, but it's consistently increase. At some point that we cannot cope anymore. The second event is extreme. So just one hit and then very disastrous. This extreme event, most this slow onset event, actually we can cope with adaptation measures or actions. We can plan what we should do. We want to address the drivers. We want to reduce the risk. We want to what to say it? You want to address the impact itself, or you want to reduce the risks, because we talk climate change, the hazard from the climate. So that's why we have to differentiate the drivers from climate and non-climate in order to make the plan, to make it different from the business as usual. Okay, I'll move to this one. And then Indonesians already commit to the global. We know that Indonesia had ratified the Paris Agreement through Undang-Undang 16, Act number 16. And then as a consequence that we are, or Indonesian part of the global community, had signed the Paris Agreement, we have to submit our NDC. The first one we submitted in July 2016, and then we updated our NDC in 2021. And the last one, we have enhanced NDC. What the element of this NDC related to adaptation, that from the updated NDC, we've already break down the key programs into strategic and action, and then in the enhanced NDC that we submitted in 2022, we put one specific program, namely PROCLIM, or Climate Village Program, which targeted 20,000 villages by 2024. It means this year. This kind of commitment that we have to fulfill when we put it in our NDC. Honestly, this target of PROCLIM quite challenging because we have some barriers here, and now we just only achieve, I think, only 7,000 from 20,000. That's why I said challenging, but hopefully we can accomplish all the target because we've already put it in enhanced NDC. And then in enhanced NDC, we also commit to contribute to global goal on adaptation. I think that's the main feature that differentiate this from first NDC, updated NDC, and this enhanced NDC. This is the data from Indonesia. I think I will skip this. You can read it later. This data also from published book. You can search it in internet, I guess. Buku Pandangan Terhadap Dampak ke Indonesia. I quoted here particularly for health sectors. You can see the data. This is not the projection for the left side because it's already occurred. And then here the statement that the incident disease is not only caused by climate and environmental, but can also be caused by other factors. Here the Blum theory said that only 40% from environmental factors, and then 30% is more related to behavior. And then other factors is, I think, the services of health infrastructure. You can see here from the roadmap of NDC adaptation, we put this health or environmental health as one priority sector. And then here we have the health sectors contribute to the potential risk to decrease of national PDB. Let's say the number is 0.05%, because we know here is it projected that we will lose the GDP by 2030 due to climate change is about 2.67. And then the health sector, I think the health sector is the most contributor from the data you can see from the table. This is from the roadmap NDC based on the assessment, sectoral assessment. This is the cost needs related to the the data that climate change will impact these priority sectors. Now we will talk about the NDC itself. You can see here what is the resilience, what the aim of the NDC, to create community and ecosystem that are resilient to the risk and impact of climate change by 2030. So it means that the time frame is 2030. So we have 6 years from now. This is the key programs. I just want to show you the the annex of roadmap NDC, you can see here how we put health sector as a priority sector, and then what are the action need to be taken to achieve this the 3 targets of the NDC. And here we also identified the resources needed and targeted area, and sector, etc., as well as the reference from this assessment. We talk about climate change as a whole. We have 8 strategy here. We have climate change adaptation and disaster risk instrument, and we also integrate CCA into the development plan and financial mechanism. And here we have this strategy for climate literacy on vulnerability and climate risk, as well as landscape approach, strengthening local capacity on best practices or local knowledge, knowledge management, stakeholder participation, and adaptive technology. Aside from NDC, we also have long-term strategy plan document. We have here, we have 2 pathways that we will proceed to achieve the long-term strategy. We have sectoral pathway and regional pathways. Again, in this sectoral pathway, we put environmental health as a priority sectors. This slide shows you various policy regulation related to climate change. I think I leave it this slide for you to read. And then the recent one, if we want to, I think I will say this is the policy instrument to for climate change as a general, but I will focus on some articles that related to adaptation. You can see here, even the presidential regulation number 68 here, we put health as a one priority sectors. Okay. I think this slide also, I will leave it to you to understand the flow, how this climate risk will impact the health sector directly, indirectly, and then how this biophysical and climate factors will impact the health system or the individually directly, and then the social system as a non-direct or indirect impacts. But we can cope this impact if we have the strong capacity through adaptive capacity. For example, here we have it some kind of system or health system or whatever that we have the program to cope with climate change. I think this is the framework, easy to understand how we will intervene through program if we want to achieve this resilience community capacity and reduce vulnerability of the system. In the Indonesian, for now, we have 3 tools from planning, implementation, or monitoring evaluation. For planning, we have CIDIC here, and then for implementation, we have Proclim, and then tools, we have National Registry Systems. CIDIC, you can visit our website here, there, so you can see which area is the most vulnerable based on indicator that we use to define all, for example, capacity index, exposure, and sensitivity as well, and combined with the climate risks such as flood and drought. This is how we use CIDIC as a tool for planning for local government, to assist the local government. After running the CIDIC, we can see the spider graph, which factor that will influence or weightening the the index. You can see this CIDIC, the future to CIDIC. This is the simple way to describe what step that we have to CCA planning. I'll talk about climate change, climate village program. This is the implementation program that I've already mentioned that we put in enhanced NDC. Here you can see one component for adaptation in this program is control of climate-related diseases. So we can enhance the site level by intervene from the health climate-related program. I think this opportunity will provide room for us to synergy among ministries at national level and local government and other stakeholders. Here we have role of non-party stakeholder. Universities part of non-party stakeholder. What are the role of the university regarding this adaptation? Of course, if we talk about university, the main role is on research and development on health and climate nexus. We have to we encourage you to do more research on this, on health and climate nexus, because climate is already engaged in the COP for climate, and then we have to be ready to have what we will provide on the negotiation. The second one, of course, innovative technologies, because we expect the technologies, innovative technologies related to climate change, particularly for climate change adaptation, comes from the university or other research institution. And then the third one, I think this the most important one, to understand the related climate change and health, explore the most suitable methodologies, because a bit different with mitigation, climate change mitigation and adaptation.
Your
Because
sessions is just 5 minutes.
okay, I'll finish this after this.
Okay.
Because we know we can reference to the AR6, but we have to acknowledge that we have national circumstances is require specific approach, as well as for the methodologists for assessing the linking climate change and health. Kemudian, and also application for adaptive technology for health sectors, and improve knowledge management and facilitating best local knowledge implementation. And then, of course, to facilitate, to increase stakeholder participation in policy formulation. I think that's all for now. From my side, I hope it's useful for all of you. And then thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, M.P.
Thank you to Mrs. Nuraeni, S.Hut, M.As, as Deputy Directorate of Climate Change Adaptation Policy Instrument Development, Directorate of Climate Change Adaptation, for his keynote speech. The next event, I will show certificate for Mrs. Nuraeni, S.Hut, M.As. I would like to ask Mr. Irwan Sulistyo, S.K.M, MSE, to give the certificate. To Mr. Irwan Sulistyo, S.K.M, MSE, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nuraeni, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. This certificate is a form of our appreciation and awarding to Ms. Nuraeni. I hope you will accept this certificate, Ms.
Thank you, Pak Irwan, for the certification. I accept the certificate with appreciation, and then hope this will, I think it's the beginning that we can more incorporate in the future. Again. Thank you.
You are welcome.
All right. Thanks to the head of Environmental Health Department, Health Polytechnic of Surabaya for submitting the certificate virtually. The next event is the presentations of the second material with the theme, The Role of Sanitation in Minimizing the Impact of Climate Change on the Environment and Human Health, by the chairman of the Indonesia Environment Health Expert HAKLI organizations, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes. Continued with the presentations of the third material with the theme, Effect of Global Warming and Air Emissions or Quality in Environmental Health, by Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. Chulalongkorn University on Thailand. The fourth material presentations with the theme, Water Management in Improving the Sustainability of Water Resource for the Impact of El Nino on the World Temperature Rise Conditions, by Mrs. Professor Madya T.S. S.K.M, Dr. Radin Maya Sapira, Radin Mohammed Tun Hussein University on Malaysia, which will be guided directly by Mr. Supiandani, S.K.M, M.Sc, as the moderator. Good morning, Mr.
Morning, Miss Nadia.
Okay, thank you. All right, allow me to present a brief curriculum vitae from Mr. Supiandani, S.K.M, M.Sc, PH, as the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aprilia Pinadiana as Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Supriyandani. It's such honor for me to be the moderator for the International Seminar of Environmental Health on Saturday, January 6, 2024. I would like to say for all of you that I'm very happy you are here today. The theme of this seminar international is Strategies and Policies for Mitigating the Impact of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. The organizer of this international seminar is Environmental Health Department Polytechnic of Ministry Health of Surabaya. And the aim of the international seminar is sharing knowledge, practice, and experience among experts about opportunities and challenges for all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me inform you how the seminar will be run. Firstly, the presentation of the material is parallel, and every speaker will present the material for about 40 minutes. Secondly, after the last speakers, we will have a question and answer session for approximately 60 minutes. And finally, the session will be ended with the awarding of e-certificate. Now let's please welcome our second speaker, Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes. Before Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes deliver the scientific lectures, my co-moderator, Mrs. Pratiwi Hermianti, SST MKL, will read his profile. Mrs. Pratiwi, the room is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dhani. This is biography second speaker, Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, from Chairman of the Environmental Health Expert Profession or HAKLI organization. His academic degree is S.K.M. in Faculty of Public Health, Indonesian University on 1990. M.Kes in Pasca of Public Health, Indonesian University on 1998. Doctor in IPB University on 2005. And postdoctoral in Juntei University, Tokyo, Japan in 2011. So many role experience that he handles, such as Chairman of the Environmental Health Issue Handling Committee in Ministry of Health until now. His research about analysis of risk and environmental management that published on journals. He also published his research and rationale on reference book. On Chairman of the Environmental Health Expert Profession or HAKLI organization, his role so important to organize implementation of professional organizations in Indonesia. Thank you. This brief curriculum vitae of second speaker. I'll give back to moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Pratiwi Hermianti. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now please welcome our second speaker, Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, will present the material, the role of sanitation and minimizing the impact of climate change on the environment and health and human health. For about 50 minutes. The material will be presented in the form of the following video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hearty greeting to all of the audience of international seminar participant which is present on site and online, and gratitude to the Almighty for all of nature. We extend warm regards and appreciation during the 62nd anniversary of the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health in Surabaya. Our appreciation goes to the Director of the Health Polytechnic in Surabaya and the entire academic community, as well as to the Health Polytechnic Student Association. And this moment, we express our gratitude to all Indonesian Association of Environmental Health Experts, or HAKLI, members who have actively participated in various activities during Indonesia's climate change adaptation. Congratulations and appreciation to the HAKLI Chairman of East Java Province, all regional executive and HAKLI members from Sabang to Merauke. And during the international seminar on the role of environmental sanitation in minimizing the impacts of climate change from an environmental health perspective, we appreciate the speakers for contributing to academic vibrancy and efforts to address global climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the Health Law of 2023 emphasizes the importance of environmental health management. This underscores the need for supervision, guidance, and improvement of environmental quality. Respected audience, environmental workers, including sanitation and health entomology personnel, play a crucial role in ensuring a healthy and safe environment for the people. There is a need for alignment with the goals outlined in Presidential Regulation Number 59 of 2017 and Presidential Regulation 111 related to the acceleration of SDGs commitments. One of these commitments is related to sanitation and clean water goals. Currently, the Indonesian government is committed to regulation such as Minister of Health Regulation Number 3 of 2014 and total community-based sanitation. This collaborative effort involves the government, local authorities, academia, private sector, and media in promoting initiatives such as open defecation-free practice, and washing with soap, clean water management, waste management, and more. It's crucial to address the challenge related to water resources, considering that only 15% of areas have access to safe water, with 97% of Earth's water being salt water and only 3% fresh water. Effective water management is essential. Additionally, air quality concerns have risen, with some Indonesian cities ranking among the world's most polluted. Beyond vehicular pollution and industrial emission, rising temperatures contribute to respiratory infection, emphasizing the need for comprehensive strategies. Soil health is equally significant, and efforts are needed to prevent soil pollution caused by improper waste disposal, particularly plastic pollution. Plastic waste affects soil nutrition and can persist for hundreds of years, posing a threat to the environment. Adapting to changing climate conditions involves addressing vector-borne disease, considering the adaptability of insects to temperature change. Control measures should be environmentally friendly, ensuring a balance in ecosystem. The role of environmental health workers is pivotal, as highlighted in various regulations such as Minister of Health Regulation Number 14 of 2021 and Minister of Health Regulation Number 20 of 2023 certification for health hygiene and sanitation attest to their ability to diagnose and address environmental issues. In conclusion, environmental health workers, represented by the Indonesian Environmental Health Expert Association, or HAKLI, contribute to initiatives like the Sanitation Village, demonstrating a community-focused approach to environmental health. This includes innovation in technology and the establishment of environmental health laboratories. As we approach World Water Day, HAKLI reaffirms its commitment to partnering with the Indonesian Alliance of Sanitation Caring Districts and Cities, or AKOPSI, to achieve SDGs goals related to safe and accessible water. May this effort contribute like a drop in the ocean to slowing climate change and its impacts on ecosystem, benefiting communities locally, nationally, and globally. Kita sehatkan lingkungan, lingkungan sehatkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For now on, I will replace Mr. Danny as a moderator because he has another activities this day. So the next session will be guided by me. My name is Shalda Naura Kavitasya. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome our third speaker, Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. Before Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. deliver the scientific lectures, my co-moderator, Mrs. Pratiwi Hermianti, will read his profile. Mrs. Pratiwi Hermianti, the room is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Saldan. This is biography of third speaker, Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, PhD from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. He is currently held as college on public health science. His academic education is BSc Microbiology on Sri Karinwirat University, Bangkok, Thailand in 2005. MSc Forensic Science on Mahidol University, Bangkok, Thailand in 2007. PhD on Taipei Medical University, Taipei, Taiwan in 2015. Postdoctoral Fellow on University Hospital, NTU, College of Medicine, National Taiwan University in 2016. His research interests on bioaerosol, indoor air quality, environmental and occupational health, exposure assessment, environmental microbiology, geographic information system or GIS, and health study. His laboratory skill on microbiological technique, bioaerosol sampling technique, morphological identification of fungal spore and culturable fungi, endotoxin and dust mite allergen analysis, and sampling site inspection investigation. His publication research on 24 article journals, 9 proceedings, 2 book chapters about air quality in environmental health. His role also as reviewer on some journal and seminar. His amazing role can motivate me and the audience to work for environmental sustainability. Thank you. This brief curriculum vitae of third speakers. I'll give back to moderator.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pratiwi Hermianti. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, PhD. Hello, good day, Mr. Kraiwuth Kallawicha.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for having me here today to join this international seminar on environmental health.
Oh, all right. And thank you so much for joining us today. And we really appreciate it. All right. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, PhD, will present the material of effect of global warming and air emissions on air quality in environmental health for about 40 minutes. So Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, PhD, the room is yours.
All right, so thank you very much. Allow me to share the screen on my side. Okay, wait a second. All right, so let's just use my current, the update one here that I just have some modification on the file that I sent to the committee earlier. All right, so first of all, I have to say thank you very much to the organizing committee for having me here to join this international seminar. It's very honored to share some of my work and what we are doing here to all of you in the in this seminar. All right, so the topic that I was assigned to talk today, it's about the effect of global warming and air quality, air emission on air quality in environmental health. All right, so as the first speaker have give you some information already related to global warming, climate change. I think some of you have some idea of what's going on, what's global warming and climate change. And as the information that we have learned, there are so many things related to global warming and climate change. So let me just ask you first, when we're talking about climate change or global warming, what will you think about? I think most people would think about hot air or like the long summer and it's very hot day, or this kind of pictures that we'll see in many places that when we're talking about global warming. For example, this one, the polar bear have to swim further, longer time to reach to the land or finding their food, or this kind of penguin that they have to like even jump like swim for a long time in their normal environment. All right, so and this young lady, I think many of you will have seen her before. I mean, in at least in the news when we're talking about global climate change, global warming, greenhouse gas emission, or Greta Thunberg, right? This young lady, the Swedish environmental activist, who is like actively participating in like global warming talk or like panel discussion in many places. Okay. Yeah, as the information that we have learned earlier from the first speaker, what is global warming? I think two terms that people sometimes interchangeably use between global warming and climate change, although somehow it's related. Of course, it's very similar, related. And global warming, we're more focusing on the average air temperature near the surface over the past decades, centuries, that it's really increasing as a projection by IPCC, and you can see that the graph, it's increasing projection. The temperature will increase like 1 point something degrees Celsius, and it's a long-term warming which makes our Earth is basically hotter. Okay, many human activities that contribute to this problem. For example, like those fossil fuel burning, using oil, coal, natural gas, or burning them things into the environment, and which is releases a lot of greenhouse gas to the atmosphere. Okay, and which cover on the atmosphere make our Earth it's getting warmer. Okay, and similar climate change, but climate change it's more broader in terms of the long-term change of the climate. Okay, temperature rising, weather pattern, which is related to so many things, change in average temperature, sea level rise, and extreme temperature. And this is also caused by so many human activity, and of course with something related to the how to say the natural disaster, for example, like volcanic eruption. Okay, here. All right, I think this graph everyone will often see if you have attend or read the papers related to global climate change or global warming. You can see that the temperature is in projection comparing from the past year and showing the increasing trend, and hopefully, well, we don't know what is really going to happen in the next 100 years, but from the projection, it's really significantly shows a trend of the increasing in temperature. Okay, you can see here the shift of the global temperature in the past from the cold weather to more hotter. In hot weather here, you can see in this area, it's more some area that used to be hot and it's become even hotter in summer and shift for longer period of time. And you can see that when the pattern of this climate change, it's really affect to so many things that's related to temperature. Okay. The climate change, it's as mentioned, it's more broader terms, and it's not just only the global, I mean the warmer temperature, but the temperature rising is only just the beginning of many things. Okay, here are the consequences of the climate change, which is including here the intense of drought, water scarcity, severe fire, rising sea level, flooding, melting polar ice, and catastrophic storm, and declining biodiversity. From here, you can see that it's not just only hot air, not just only hot temperature, longer summertime, but it's more related to so many things. And these many things that I have mentioned here, it's related to health, related to human health that has to be in that kind of environment. Okay. So here are the consequences that I just mentioned. Some area more drought, dry weather there, heat in the area, causing those kind of like maybe bushfire, fire burn. I think Indonesia have experienced some. In California, you may see a lot of news when it has some fire burn there. And this one, it's very common with our polar bear that it's always talking about this when we are talking about global climate change, flooding or drought or hurricane, typhoon in many areas, and this kind of things from like global, from human activity using coal, burning those fossil fuel, it's very common, which is all of these are consequence of this climate change and global warming. Global warming or climate change, it's affect to so many things. As earlier mentioned, sea level rise, higher atmospheric carbon dioxide, flood, drought, or other mechanism like ozone change, the concentration in the environment, the crop yield, population migration, like some people, some area that has drought, no water, people trying to escape or migrate from their location to find a better quality of life, which is all those things related to food, water, clean water, sanitary, and to find a better life in the other country or other area. But the important things that we are going to be more focused today, it's more on health, on human health. From this figure, you can see that there are so many health consequences that's related to climate change and global warming. Environmental allergies, heat-related disease, maternal newborn outcome, respiratory disease, waterborne disease, vector-borne disease, cardiovascular disease, nutrition, and mental health. And eventually in this presentation, I will show you some of our study that it shows the relationship from this climate change, air pollution, and this kind of health outcome. All right, as earlier mentioned that global warming, it's related to greenhouse gas emission, right? So there are so many human activity that cause this kind of greenhouse gas, especially the burning of fossil fuel like coal or using gases, natural gases, burning and release into the environment. And this kind of activity, it's more and more since the year 18 in this 18th century. Okay, burning fuel it's generate a lot of greenhouse gases emit into the environment. Okay, when it's emit into the environment, it's act like a blanket wrap over around the earth, which is trapping the things from inside to go out and make the temperature inside this cover to be more hotter. And of course, some of them it's benefit to reflect the heat and radiation from outside the earth to go out, right? Here are the main greenhouse gases that we as a human produce a lot during our human activities. Carbon dioxide, methane from gasoline, for driving car, for coal, heating, for heating a building. This happen a lot in those cold countries that they use kind of coal to heat to make the environment like warmer during the winter time because in some area have a very severe temperature, like very cold there, and some area that have to working on agricultural activity, clearing the land, cutting down the forest, or using oil for agriculture, gas operation, these kind of things release a lot of methane into the environment. Okay, energy consumption, the industrial transportation, building, agriculture, all these kind of things release a lot of carbon dioxide and methane. Okay, so what is going to happen? How it's related to air pollution, air emission? Okay, you can see it from this figure. I think this one also very common when we are talking about greenhouse gas. The activity happen in here on our Earth, here on the ground here. Release a gas into the environment here, protect as a blanket over here. The radiation, some from the outside, the earth, from the sun, from outside that can reflect back, go out here, but many of them will be trapped in here. The heat that go up from the earth will be trapped in this cover. Okay. As earlier mentioned, there are many activities that causing this greenhouse gas. And imagine if there's something covered here. The other activity on the earth that emit other air pollution will emit and will be trapped in this environment. So that's why in some area we'll have like very high concentration of air pollution. When it's released, there's no way to go out and it was trapped. Later, I will show you some pictures that it's happened here in Thailand, especially in Bangkok, how the air pollution is trapped, which is a consequence of this kind of climate change. So here are the greenhouse gas emission contributor. You can see that there are so many activities as showing here, from the food, from non-food product, livestock farming, crop production, or land use. These kind of things contribute different portion of the greenhouse gas. But of course, even you produce a small portion, but contribute with other part, it's a lot, and not just only us, like people around the world do so many kind of activity that causing this problem. So as earlier mentioned, climate change, when it's change, is not just only heater, not just only warmer. It's changed many things. It changed the weather pattern. It's changed precipitation. It's change the atmospheric pressure, heat and temperature, and many things. So that is related to the things that we produce and emit into the environment. From here, you can see that the climate change can affect air quality, and certain air pollution, it can affect climate change as well. You may see some information, some kind of like news or publication thing says that in the hot bright day, it can increase the ground level of the ozone in certain places. Okay, there's still have many people misunderstand about ground level ozone that benefit to health, but actually it's harmful to the health. And it causes a lot of problem during the hot, bright day because the daytime is longer, it's very hot. The activity that people do emit a lot more ground ozone. Okay, ground level ozone is a type of air pollution that forms when nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compound react to the sunlight, which means that if it's more hot or longer daytime, it has more reaction that will cause ozone. And nitrogen dioxide, VOC thing, it's clearly come from traffic environment, traffic jam and other human activity using many kind of chemical that's release VOC into the environment. In this slide, you can see that nitrogen dioxide contribute to a climate change by reacting with other compounds in the atmosphere and forming ozone and other greenhouse gases, which means that if there are many activities that release a lot of other pollutant into the environment, it will react well and cause more problem because it can be formed as the ozone and the greenhouse gas in the environment more. Okay, that will be even more problem. During the fossil fuel burning, it causes other kind of pollution called particulate matter. I think everyone knows about particulate matter. It's a very severe problem now in Thailand. I think in Indonesia as well. Right now in Thailand, especially in Bangkok, the major contribution of this particulate matter is come from the traffic pollution. Okay, but in Indonesia and other city around Bangkok maybe come from agriculture, coal mine. Okay, when it's released to environment, if the atmosphere is clear with the normal pattern, with the wind flow normally, the concentration can be lower by the dilution effect clearly in the sky. But if something wrong and cover like a shell, sorry, the blanket that cover as a shelter on the top, all these particle that's released into the environment will be trapped over the city. Bangkok, in the past few years, we experienced this problem a lot that the pollutant, especially PM 2.5 that released from the traffic environment has been trapped over the city. Okay. So in here, you can see again the summary of what and how climate change will influence to the air quality. The temperature rising, okay, in the like global warming as a consequence of global warming, when the temperature rising is cause more reaction, cause more problem about ozone, about other pollutant, and the longer daytime, higher CO2 that release into the environment and can cause more allergy. It can contribute to the allergen to grow more in the environment, people expose more and then cause more problem. Change in weather pattern, especially humidity, precipitation, and wind. Because when we're talking about climate change, it's not just only warmer, but in some area it's cooler more than usual than it has been before. Okay. What is in the air during the like the climate change? Well, actually, it's not just only during the climate change, but it's very normal in the normal air that will combine with like CO2, with aero allergen, with fog, smoke, ground ozone, but in the level of not harmful. But when this pollutant has been trapped and the temperature rising with the contribution of some certain chemical will cause even more problem to people. Here are the primary sources of the pollutant that we can think of that it can release into the environment, both vehicle exhausts, factories, agricultural work here, volcanic eruption, or those mobile sources like a shipping of big vessel that shipped over the ocean from continent to continent, release into the environment and form as a secondary or tertiary pollutant in the environment. Okay. The other problem that related to air pollution emission during this century is about the urbanization. Okay. I'm not sure about Indonesia, but in Thailand, so many things has been changed during the past 50 years. The urbanization, the city expand more. When you expand more, it has more people live from city center. The city was built. The activity was more people use more car here. Waste generate more. Water problem, food supply need to be more to serve more people. So as mentioned earlier, all these activities cause air pollution, cause greenhouse gas, like emit a lot of greenhouse gas. So when the city it's more expand, it costs more. It contributes even more than in the past, especially in the city center. Okay, but when city center getting expand, these things it expand more and cost more. We can see from this figure that there are like many things that we just mentioned earlier in the previous slide that emit a lot of gases and things into the environment. And of course, eventually, it will come back to here, to people. I think this kind of figure, you may see some, like if you have experience coming to Thailand, many places have built up the new building, the company, the big factory, and this kind of normal daily life. Ladies sell like grilled chicken on the street food that costs burning here using a lot of coal and emit a lot of PM and other gases into the environment without any kind of like treatment before releasing. But you may think that, okay, well, it's just very small portion, but not just only one here. There are so many on the street. There are so many activities combined together and emit more into the environment. What about other parts outside the city? You can see that in this figure, Bangkok is here in the middle here. You can see that these activities like open field burning, sugarcane, or preparing the land for the next crop round, like for the rice growing, it has been contribute a lot for air pollution. Even it's outside and in other countries here. This is Cambodia, this is Vietnam and Laos, Myanmar here. You can see a lot of hotspot that burning a lot of agricultural field, like open field burning. And these pollutants not just cause problem in their country, but it transport to our country, to Thailand. Long-range transport, transboundary transportation of air pollution. You may heard this word before, like long-range transport or transboundary pollutant. I think sometime in Indonesia, when you got the wildfire in Sumatra, right? And sometimes those air pollution is transboundary, like long transport from Indonesia to Malaysia to Singapore and to the south of Thailand as well. And that's caused a lot of problems here. If in the normal environment, the concentration may be released by the dilution, by rain, precipitation, normal thing. But when the temperature change, when the climate change, many things has been trapped in the environment. So it's caused longer problem than normal. Here in Thailand, we also cause a problem as well in many regions of Thailand, northern, northeastern, or southern. We do the same open field burning in agriculture, and it causes a lot of problems. These kind of things contribute even more to the environment in the normal, like more than normal situation. You may see this kind of news on the newspaper, news channel, website, the PM 2.5 situation in Bangkok. It's really severe. Toxic air forces Thai official to close Bangkok school for the rest of the week. All the children in the school will get a lot of effect from this. But like in the past, we even for the government, we know that we have a problem of air pollution over the Bangkok, or not just Bangkok, but other big cities like Chiang Mai or Songkhla to the south of Thailand. But the policy or the action that related to human health, it's still not very proactive on dealing with this situation. Even the PM 2.5 high concentration, but we still have to go to work. The children still have to go to school. But when we have more problem rising, people cause more concern, people have more aware of this. So they're kind of like have implement more policy to help people, at least to reduce the exposure level that people will experience to this pollutant. The Air Pollution Control Department also gives some monitoring with this monitoring station and release information report like real time to warn people which area of cities have higher pollutant, which area is lower, and if there's something wrong, they can warning to people. And this one you can see like in 2018 when I think just a few years when I came back from Taiwan, the air pollution in Thailand is starting to be very severe. This is the AQI air quality index in that time. It's very high, 162, and cause problem. Even in the indoor environment, it still have very high concentration and high AQI level. When you go outside, you won't be able to see the building, which is just maybe 500 meters in front of you because of the cloud of the PM 2.5. You can see the hazard level. See the AQI, it's very high. Some area reach to 410, which is severely affect to the human health. And that's what's happened here in Thailand, in Bangkok. Temperature inversion. Because the temperature is changed, the pattern, the weather pattern is changed. Sometimes it's very cold at night during the winter time, especially. But in the daytime, the temperature is suddenly changed to be hot. The temperature from the earth that release the heat go up. It cannot go up smoothly or quickly. So it's formed like a trap area here. When the air pollution rising in the morning time, it will be trapped in this area over the city here. So Bangkok is turned to be a cloudy city full of PM 2.5. If you look at this figure, it's very clear this is Bangkok nighttime, which is still have the effect of that pollution trapped over the city. You can see that when we fly, this is this picture taken from the flight, the private jet. You can see this is the cloud level of PM 2.5 that's trapped over the city. And when the flights go up above higher than this level, everything is clear. But under this, you cannot see the city clearly. And this is just 4 p.m. in the evening time. Bangkok, it's cloudy. During the time that PM 2.5 and other air pollution rising, you can see that there's 4 different scenarios of the dust in Bangkok that we trap. Okay, this is the normal filter. There's one professor that he tests this kind of filter. Normal filter, the filter that placed on Chiang Mai mountain for 1 week. And this is in Lampang near the power plant for 20 days. And this is in Bangkok, just only 1 week. You can see how different, how severe of our air pollution here. And when,
Excuse me, Mr.
yes,
Kraiwuth Kallawicha,
yes.
reminding that you have 5 minutes left in your presentation.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So when we talk about air pollution and health, there are so many things that people concern. Allergic rhinitis, asthma, cardiovascular disease. And when we talk about heat, of course, heat hotter, people cannot stand, like especially those Western countries in the Northern Hemisphere that their usual temperature is cooler. But when the temperature is rising, people cannot tolerate that. It's different from people like in Thailand or Indonesia that we are more close to the equator that we experience more hot air. There are many studies that relate to the change of the ambient temperature and mortality. High temperature is clearly cause mortality, higher mortality, but of course not just only high temperature, but lower or extreme low cold temperature also cause high mortality as well, because in many areas change with their temperature pattern. Urban heat stress that cause problem to the well-being and activities. Those activities related to work and exercise, it has a problem with that. This study we conduct in Vietnam related to PM 2.5 and mental problem. We can see that when the when the PM 2.5 is increased, it's associated with the increase of those mental problem admission in the hospital. As earlier mentioned, antigen allergy in the environment will be more. Higher CO2 is support the growth of fungi and other allergen in the environment, so people can have more allergic disease. Okay. In the slide, I think the material here I give to the committee already, so they can share to all the participants. You can further take a look for those papers that I presented here to see more how's the effect of those air pollution emission and human health especially. All right, so let's just show the last things here. My last slide about the PM 2.5 in Bangkok again. Our study currently will be published soon on the land use regression, how we use the land here in Bangkok and how it's affect to the PM 2.5. We can clearly see that the road transportation, city, towns associated with the releasing of PM 2.5 in the environment. So the land management to reduce the PM 2.5 will be useful for people's health. All right, so that's all from my talk today. So as mentioned earlier, I give the materials to the committee already. So if the audience wants to read further, you can take a look more in those materials. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D., for your excellent presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the question will be answered in the question and answer session after the third speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, now let's please welcome for our fourth speaker, Mrs. Associate Professor T.S.C.H.M., Dr. Radin Maya Safira Radin Mohammed. Before Mrs. Associate Professor T.S.C.H.M. Dr. Radin Maya Safira Radin Mohammed deliver the scientific lectures, my co-moderator, Mrs. Prativi Hermianti, will read her profile. Mrs. Prativi, the room is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Saldan. This is biography of fourth speaker. Associate Professor T.H.C.H.M. Dr. Radin Maya Safira binti Radin Mohammed from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. She is currently held as head of Micropollutant Research Center in Institute for Integrated Engineering, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. She received her academic degree, Ph.D. in Environmental Engineering, Murdoch University, Perth, Australia in 2011. Academic degree, Magister Engineering in Civil Engineering in 2004, and BSc in Industrial Chemistry from University Technology of Malaysia in 2001. She has done extensive research in the identification, environmental relevance of engineering water pollutant, greywater, and decentralized wastewater management and resource recovery and the exploration in innovative technology for safe disposal. She and her team have published specifically 183 journal articles in WAS and Scopus indexed, 13 books or edited books, 66 book chapter, and 47 international conference proceedings in environmental science, technology, and engineering field. She has received a Publication Award 2022 and Top Site Paper Award for 2020 to 2021 in Water and Environmental Journal Wiley. She is an editor for the many of books and lead editor of journal and of advancement in environmental solution and resource recovery, on 2021 to 2022. To date, she has registered 9 intellectual properties and 1 registered patent. More grants has undertaken such as on Mohe and Mosti Industrial, Japan ASEAN Science, Technology and Innovation Platform, and TIFO project. She is also has a role of internal auditor for Malaysian Research Assessment, consultant water quality performance, river water restoration, and textile wastewater optimization. Her amazing role can motivate me and the audience to save the environmental, especially water. Thank you. This brief curriculum vitae of 4 speakers. I'll give back to moderator.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Pratiwi Hermianti. Okay, so I will greet Mrs. Associate Professor TSCHM, Dr. Radin Maya Safira Radin Muhammad. Hello.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good day, Mrs. Dr. Radin Maya Safira. How are you today?
Good, good. Thank you so much.
Alhamdulillah. We really appreciate it and thank you very much for joining us today.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Miss Moderator, and also the Miss Chairperson for the introduction. So I would like to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's already in our screen right now.
Okay, thank you again. All right, let me continue. So Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon, afternoon now in Malaysia in afternoon to everyone, to all the participants and also especially to the organizer for inviting me for this international seminar on the environmental health. Okay, so today I would like to share with all of you my experience on water management in improving the water resources from the impact of the El Nino. So you can call me Bu Maya. Okay, I'm from Malaysia, from the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Environment, University Tun Husina Malaysia in Johor, and I have been work with the environmental engineering, especially on water, quite some times. Okay, these are my field of work. So my field category is on engineering and technology, focusing on the sustainable sanitation. So my area of the interest is grey water. Grey water comes from the household except toilet waste. So that means the water comes from the laundry, okay, from the bathroom, from the kitchen, and from the shower. That one is actually we can treatment or use for example, for the irrigation purpose, not for the consume. Not for the portable. Okay. Then bioremediation, I also did some of the microalgae work on the bioremediation of the wastewater, decentralized wastewater remediation by using the microalgae, okay, to purify the water, cleanse the water, photocatalysis by using the catalyst, and also to improve the water quality. Okay, so these are regarding my field of work. And then let me introduce a bit about my university in Johor. Johor is somewhere in here, southern part of Malaysia. If you have been here, we are quite close to Singapore. It's about 2 to 3 hours, depends on the traffic, to Singapore. And then we are also having our nearest international airport in Senai. Okay, to go to our university around 85 kilometers from Senai. So this is our university view, and this is our library. Okay, so please, I welcome all of you if you want to visit and come to my university to do some collaboration work. You are most welcome. Okay, so this is the overview of the university. So we have a big mosque here. So this is the library, and our faculty is just somewhere here. Okay. Okay, so for today's presentation, I will introduce about the El Nino impact on the water resources, challenges in water management during the El Nino in Malaysia particularly, strategies to improve the water management in Malaysia. So what are the best practices and case study in Malaysia based on my experience, and also how to do or suggest the best recommendation for enhancing the water management in Malaysia. Okay, as a start, so what is El Nino? I think everyone from the first speaker, second speaker already discussed about what is El Nino. So El Nino is actually the larger El Nino southern oscillation climate pattern. So that means during the El Nino, warm ocean water shifts eastward toward the South American coast, leading to the changes in the atmospheric circulation pattern. So this can cause some anomalies regarding the rainfall patterns, drought, and increase the temperature in various regions worldwide. So what are the impacts? The impact is you will experience the droughts, okay, less water, water shortage. So it also impact mostly on the agriculture. So this is our most concern, because when there is not much water, so it can damage the crops, reduce the yields, and also lead to the food security. As we know that food security is our what we call that basic necessity in our life, right? So we need to conserve that. And then we also have the forest fire, and also regarding to this drought and water shortage, right? Can reduce the access to clean water, so it can increase the waterborne disease like cholera and so on. Okay, so as a result, okay, from the El Nino, often can cause the drought condition, and this can involve in how we can manage the efficient water management. Okay, how we can improve the efficient irrigation practices to make sure that during the drought season, when the El Nino comes, still we can get sufficient water for the irrigation, especially for the plantation. Okay, and also we need to have the development of drought resistant crops. So in Malaysia now, in my area, we are in raining season. So usually it can stop until maybe March. So March until June is usually the what we call that the drought or dry season. So that one is we need to be prepared. Okay. And then conversely, El Nino can also bring heavy rainfall. Okay. So this is the what we call that some abnormality of the climate pattern, because El Nino also can bring rainfall, can bring flood. So proper water management is really necessity to make sure that how to overcome the flood risk, manage the excess water, and also to protect communities from the inundation. Okay, some of the region experience increased precipitation, which is abundance of water, but some of the period they have what we call that very dry. So this is what we call that very quite very challenging patterns, I can say, in terms of climate change. Okay, so what are the significance of effective water management in mitigating the El Nino effects? So first, we need to make sure that, or what we call that, in terms of the ecosystem preservation, because of this altered rainfall patterns affecting habitats, wildlife, agriculture. So effective water management is very vital role in supporting our biodiversity, like wetland here, right? So we need to have a really good R&D study to make sure that they are very sustained. Okay, it's very important for us to have very significant effective water management, because to build resilience in the community, so that with the awareness, okay, and water efficient technology and so on, can address this water scarcity issue. Okay, and also as we know that agriculture is our really necessity that we need to that affect the food security. So we need to have what we call that efficient irrigation, crop diversification, and also the soil conservation, to make sure that we need to ensure the food security and also livelihood of human, and also our ecosystem. Okay, so overall, the importance of the sustainable water resource can go into the agriculture, ecosystem preservation, hydropower generation, climate resilient, urban development, and also industry and manufacturing. Okay. Okay, let me discuss on the impacts of El Nino on Malaysia's water resources. So we have few what we call that issues regarding to the El Nino on the water. Okay, first is about the reduced rainfall. So for example, in Sabah, okay, they have during the El Nino, which is what we call that reported on October, okay, last year, they experienced drier than average condition. So that means leading to the very reduced rainfall. This particularly on the eastern and northern regions of the country. So this very small precipitation, very small rainfall can affect to the water reservoir. We don't have much supply in terms of water supply, rivers and also the agricultural land. So this is our what we call that really much concern where this El Nino can reduce monthly rainfall up to 20%, right? The second one is increased temperature. Okay, the increased temperature, because you know in Malaysia, like same like in Indonesia and also the Thailand, we are hot and humid. So the elevated temperature combined with decreased rainfall can give the higher water loss from the reservoir. Then this can impact on the reduced rainfall on the water resource. So we have recorded 39 cases of heat-related illnesses from June 2023 last year because of the heat exhaustion. Okay, 11 were heat cramps, 5 were heat strokes. Okay, so this is happens around June last year, and we due to the 20 to 40% decrease in rainfall. So this is also what our worrying is about the haze condition also increase due to this pattern. Okay, so what are the impacts on agriculture? So because we know the healthy crops needs sufficient of water. Due to the El Nino, we have facing the water stress for crops, affecting the yields and also the agriculture productivity. So in here, for example, some news about the vegetable farmers in Malaysia brace for lower crop due to the El Nino and haze loom. So Malaysia have felt the impact recent months. Okay, this is last year in June. The issue may further worsen with the transboundary haze and also the anticipate occur. The haze cut up the sunlight and also El Nino increase the alkalinity in water. Okay, due to the water stress, and then can lead to the unhealthy algae growing in the root system, which is make the crops what we call it in terms of the healthiness affected. Okay. Okay, next is about the water shortage. So when the drier condition during the El Nino can give the water stress to the crops and affecting the yield of course, and also the agricultural activity. So the dry taps during the prolonged drought, okay, very long term of the drought season. So we need to prepare something. Okay, so the consumer must what we call that, do the water rationing, right, to make sure that the water shortage can be overcome. And then we also need to put some for the forest and pit firefighting during this what we call that water shortage that can give effect to the water shortage issues. Okay, so we need to have a very unique, challenging in terms of management on water resource during the El Nino through the drought management, because we are facing last year, so about the prolonged dry spell and also the reduced rainfall. And then we can also check the recorded water reservoir, rivers and groundwater significantly decline, right, due to the water scarcity, not much water. So this can drive to the prolonged to the impact on the agriculture and also the water quality concern, because the water, if it is too what we call that low in volume, it can also impose some water quality issues in terms of high loading capacity of the certain pollutants. Okay, the challenging in terms of the management of the water resource, also how to compete with the water demand, right? Malaysia heavily depending on the rainfall to replenish these water sources. So if significantly decline, how we can make sure that the water can be secure. Ecosystem stress, because we have what we call that rivers, wetlands, forests are very sensitive to the changes in the water availability. So this is the management of how we can sustain the ecosystem or biodiversity stress. And also the public awareness and preparedness is very important for everyone to make sure that the people have the what we call that the mindset that how we can overcome or facing this situation and make effective what we call that measures to make through the effective communication and awareness campaign. Okay, so the factors are contributing to the increased water scarcity and stress in Malaysia due to the reduced rainfall, higher evaporation rates, right? Decline in surface water level, impact on groundwater, and also finally in deteriorating the water quality. Okay, so I will next discuss on how we can improve the water management in Malaysia. Okay, based on the reported finding. In order to make sure that the water is sustained during the El Nino season, it is very crucial to mitigate the water scarcity management. So first, we are encouraging the installations of the rainwater harvesting to make sure that during the raining season, we have store enough water so that this one can supply during the drought season. Okay, we also encourage the farmers, right, to install the drip irrigation for the efficient farming techniques. Okay, especially during the El Nino. Okay, because the drip irrigation can make sure that all this water can be supplied distributedly even. Okay, that encourage the efficient landscaping. For example, we can use the water from the what we call that, the grey water, for example, from the laundry, from the bath, from the shower, or even from the sink, to that which has low contaminants that can be reused, especially for irrigate the landscaping. And then we promoting again and again about the water recycling we use. Okay, from the recycled water, for example, from the wastewater, we recycle it with the very high advanced technology of the wastewater, purify it so that industry can use for the what we call for example for the tower, cooling tower and so on, so that it can save water. Then that means very minimum or zero discharge to the environment. So everything we can recycle, we fully utilize to make sure that we are promoting the water recycling and reuse system in the industry. So now in Malaysia, even for the wastewater treatment plant, the effluent, we have underwent some advanced treatment, especially the ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis, so that the water can be used again for the industry to, that means the wastewater treatment facility, they can sell it to the industry, this recycled water for them to use in their industry. Okay, especially for the tower, cooling tower. Okay. And then we encourage the use of the smart technology for monitoring the water usage and distribution that can help to identify the leakages and also the non-revenue water. That means the water losses. And public awareness and education also, I think everyone, every country done this to educate the people on how we can use the efficient water usage. Okay, then we also have this, by using the technology for efficient water storage and also the distribution in Malaysia. For example, here we use the smart water management system, okay, IoT. Now everything we want everything faster, easier. Okay, just using the smartphone, you can just tap, and then get information on the water level and so on and how the water usage. So now we are into it. And then we can also use the remote sensing and GIS, Geographic Information System, to assess the water resource, identify the potential site for reservoir, and monitoring the changes in water quality. Okay, again, we also have this water quality monitoring system to make sure that the water quality and also the water level in the can be monitored very easy by using this cloud server. We have the USB and so on that can detect the contaminants. Okay, depends on the what we call that, your sensor. And then we also have the reservoir and dam monitoring. Okay, because in Malaysia we have lots of the water reservoir, okay, dam. And then this is like our water storage to store the water, all right. And this can be utilized by using the sensor to remote monitoring system for reservoir and enable for them to monitor the water level, structural integrity, and also the potential risk, okay, for the data security, right. We also will we are also into the water loss reduction technology, where we use the acoustic sensor and pressure monitoring devices to help identify the repairing the leaks, okay, to reduce the water losses. And then predictive analytics and forecasting is used to what we call it, provide the historical data and weather forecast, help to anticipate the water demand patterns. Okay. Okay, then what is the successful example of water management strategies during the past El Nino events in Malaysia? So last in 2023, last year in May, we have applied the cloud seeding. Okay, cloud seeding is the what we call it, the weather condition technique used to enhance the precipitation. We want to make our own rainfall, primary rainfall and snowfall within the clouds. So this process we involve the dispersing the substances into cloud to encourage the precipitation, to encourage this rainfall. Okay, so the cloud seeding operations is said successful, brought rain and assisted in raising the water level in Air Tam Dam in Penang, and also the water level at Teluk Bahang remained at 44.2% yesterday at this same last week. So this is based on the report last year in May that the cloud seeding has successfully increased the water level. And then the next is about the promotion of the water conservation. We have this campaign to save water. So every device of the water efficient appliances has been changed to more efficient so that we can reduce water and also save water and reduce the water wastage, facing the leak, and also practicing the water saving behavior. Because we want to optimize the water usage at home so that we just optimize the use, not the wastage. Okay. Next is about the enhanced irrigation efficiency. Here we use the water efficient irrigation like this. And we have this drip irrigation to optimize, and also the more precision farming to optimize the water use in agriculture. So in here we use technology to boost water efficiency as much as 50%. Yeah. So we try our best to conserve the water, increase the crop yields, energy saving, and so on by using the technology. Okay, and then next in 2021, we also using this what we call that, implications of the drought index, hydrological drought across Peninsular Malaysia, to identify the characterized hydrological drought using the TOR to determine the temporal and spatial patterns of hydrological drought based on the short and long-term duration. Okay, to make sure that our basin drought action strategies. And then here, 2022, we propose a theoretical framework for effective drought risk management that can be used by the government and its stakeholder for sustainable water resource management. Okay, so this is basically from the Department of Irrigation and Drainage Kuala Lumpur, collaborated with the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Okay. Next, I will discuss about the key strategies enhancing the water management resilience. So by using this integrated water resource management, IWRM, so we are having IWRM organization at the state level. Okay, here for example in Selangor, Selangor is in as one of the state in Malaysia, and same in Kedah. So there are many what we call it implementation of water sector transformation that we have applied since 2021, and our planning is in prediction for the future until 2040, how we can manage the water security and also the sustainability. Okay, then climate resilient infrastructure means that we must upgrade and fortifying our dams, reservoir and distribution system to enhance the capacity. Okay, even at the extreme weather condition, changing precipitation pattern due to the El Nino, we need to adapt it. Okay, ecosystem protection and restoration, we have the natural wetland that we must conserve, and forest sustainable land use planning, okay, to prevent the deforestation, to make sure that soil erosion doesn't degrade the water catchment area. And of course, it's very important to educate the people. So we have the public awareness through workshop training and trainers in every stage, okay, tertiary, school, and so on, to give them education about this El Nino effect. Okay. Okay, then through the what we call that organization, industry, they also have what we call very support in terms of funding, so that they can improve the what we call that water management in terms of water integrated management system. TM is our tenaga Malaysia that produce what we call that manage our electricity and also the power, and Air Selangor means our water. So TM was smart water integrated management system. They employ about the AI and IoT to reduce the water wastage and also the water revenue. So this one can be monitored through the mobile app and also the web portal. So they can live monitoring on the water pressure, water flow, and also the water quality. So they can constantly analyze the data, and also the smart water can also give the precise billing. Okay, next is about the AWG system, Cumulus HC 500 GNAC atmospheric water generator. So they can generating water from the air here. This technology can generate about 16 to 5,000 liters of pure drinking water per day. This can be replaced the need to rely on the municipal water system. So this is the solution for the supply pure drinking water in the city and also the rural area. We also have this DJI Matrix 300 high technology drones that we use from Luas to prevent the water users, and this has been monitored in the Klang River, Selangor River, and also the Sungai Langat River. And here is the advanced metering infrastructure, smart water meter to transmit data from meter at any preset frequency, and this 7923 MI meter can be installed in the first place in the Sepang. Okay. Then they can remove the need of the manual and estimated in reading. This one, reading billing. Okay, so this system can alert the consumer to notify the Air Selangor for remediation. Air Selangor is a company, yeah. Okay, then next is about the Malaysia National Water Resource Policy to improve the water resources sustainability. So in Malaysia National Water Resource Policy, so we have the strategy direction and framework for a strategy on how we can make sure that the water resources are used and developed, okay, improve day by day for the benefit of the nation. So we have around 18 targets, right? So policy for core area 1 is about the water resource security. Policy for core area 2 is about the water resources sustainability, and policy for core area number 3 is on the partnership. So this is our Malaysia National Water Resource Policy to improve our water resources sustainability. And policy for core area 4 is about the capacity building and awareness. Okay, next, I would like to share with all of you about my research on the water management, my experience so far. So in 2020, I have involved in the river water quality assessment at one of the river in Malaysia, a quite problematic river, because in this river we have landfill, we have the palm oil plantation and also the chicken farm. So it's very complex, whereby we have identified the point source. This is the sources that we identified, but this one is from the non-point source, which is we didn't know where is the exact sources of pollution. So we have tested about the numerous parameters on the nutrients, parameter on the water quality, and also the data on the emerging pollutants. Because the issue is from this river or sungai, there are many events of water supply cut due to the highly contaminated of ammonia and manganese. So it can give a potential to the human health risk, and that's why we need to assess the comprehensive water quality in terms of WQI, water quality index, new emerging pollutants, microbiology, and also the toxicology. Because finally, we want to make sure that the data of the water quality is to give information for the public for the safe use of the water supply. So in here, about 1 year monitoring program, we have tested quite a number of the parameters. As you can see here, the laboratory testing on the water quality criteria, this is very basic. And then we have tested for the new emerging pollutants, biological loads, and also the toxicity of the heavy metals. And then the outcomes of this monitoring, very comprehensive monitoring, is we want to foster action by the authority and relevant agency to install the leachate treatment plant, especially in the landfill, to make sure that they must comply with the standard. Before this, maybe because of the high capacity of the landfill, that leads to this inefficient leachate treatment plant. So they need to improve or upgrade the leachate treatment plant. And then next, the revision of the water supply guideline and standard effluent parameter, which is that means now it's very basic. They must include, for example, the nutrients and also the bacteria, so that the water supply guideline is very comprehensive to make sure that the water can be sustained. And then next is the enhancement of parameters for the enforcement and mitigating measures. So that means they can use this data to give warning to the industry, the nearby industry along the riverbank, to make sure that they must comply with the standard of water quality. So these are the photo during the monitoring program, me and also my student. Next, I'm also involved in the river water quality sample at the Sungai Bentayan in Muar. Muar is one of the district in Johor, where it's very highly urbanized in the city of center. In here, the source of the pollution comes from the hawker stall and also the shop block. So the quality is very, I can say, in the poor quality. Then we have provide them the comprehensive information about the water quality, heavy metals, nutrients, and also the rest of the information on the water quality monitoring. Besides working for the community, I'm also involved in the industrial consultation. I'm also working on the reverse osmosis evaluation project for the reject water system and improvement and recovery in the semiconductor industry, because they want us to check the water quality, is it suitable to use in the cooling tower. Because if the water is very hard, contain lots of element, it can cause lots of this scaling. Heavy metal element and so on produce lots of this foam and scaling. So we have conducted a very we have tested the elements and heavy metal to check the levels of the hardness in the water, so that the water can be reused or recovered to serve the cooling tower. because we want to stop the formations of the scaling and falling corrosion. Okay, these are some of my research grant that currently been working on the water. Sorry. For example, here we tested on the antibiotic and heavy metal among the waterborne pathogens in the water. I'm also checking on the antibiotics in the water by using this certain nanocomposite for the as a like a degradation method, water catalysis and so on. So this is mostly come from the funding from the government, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. Okay. And then my recent publications on the water quality, all in a high impact journal, right? And a top tier journal last year. Okay, basically on the degradation of the antibiotics in aquaculture wastewater by the nanoparticle, also testing on the antibiotics in the water, xenobacterial organic compound from the grey water, which is come from the shower, from the bathroom product and so on, that can give what we call a micropollutant in the water, something that usually people ignore or overlook. Okay, and photocatalysis of triclosan and trichlocarbon. Mainly we can find this in the various personal care product and so on. I'm also working with the researcher from UNER, yeah, with Dr. Nurina Fitriani, and also the team on the intermittent slow sand filter processing in the treating food court wastewater. Okay, since 2018, yeah, until now. Okay. Okay, then my research related to the emerging pollutants in water. Here you can see some of the publication. If you want to read through, all right, in the Google, so you can find in the Google or from the Scopus database or from the what we call that, Kraiwuth. And also I have been editor for this management of grey water in developing countries in 2018. So the book is already there if you want to have a look. Okay, I think that's all from my presentation. If you have anything, if you want to discuss, you have a further question, you can contact me through email or through my mobile number. So thank you so much for listening, and back to you, Miss Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Miss Maya for your excellent presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the question and answer or discussion session. So if you have any question for the speakers, please write your question in chat room, and don't forget to write down your name, underscore your institution, underscore the question, and underscore to whom the question is addressed to invited speaker number 2, 3, and 4. And we are going to select 3 questions for our speakers. Thank you. Please, for co-moderator to help me. But for your information, the question that directed to material 2 from Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, please write in the comments column. Then it will be accommodated by the committee and will be conveyed to Professor Arif because he is unable to attend in person. And the answer will be sent by the committee to the WhatsApp group. All right, so the first question comes from Vela Navira from Poltekkes Surabaya. And the question is going to Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. The question is, most people still underestimate the issue of global climate change. What can we do as a solution so that people can actively participate in addressing the problem of global climate change? You may answer the question, sir.
All right. So Thank you for the question. Yeah, that's a very how to say, like, it sounds simple question, but it's very tough to make people to participate, really aware and participate in this kind of activity or realize into like how global climate change will affect to their health. But actually, to me as a public health person, like from the public health perspective, increasing the awareness of people, show them how's the problem, how's the consequence of this problem will lead to such a severe effect to their health or to their life, will make them feel how to say, like, more feel more on the issue. So when they feel more or into the issue, then they will realize more and trying to participate in the activity. And those activities, as I present in my talk, that there are so many activities that cause about greenhouse gas emission and global climate change. So when they participate in the activity to reduce those kind of actions, so they will be good for people eventually. But as earlier mentioned, make people realize to the problem, it's difficult, but it's an important issue to join and to work together. Yeah, thank you. That's my answer. I'm not sure whether I answer to the question as you want to or not, but yeah, people should realize and work on together. There will be a perfect solution.
All right, thank you so much for the great answer, Mr. Kraiwuth Kallawicha. And we are heading to the next question. Please, my co-moderator, to help me. All right, so we have a question box from Muhammad Ainurizal Subagio from Polytechnic Ministry Health of Surabaya. And it belongs to Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha again. The question is, are these currently technologies or methods that are effectively reducing air emissions? You may answer the question, sir.
All right, so thank you for the very important question again. Well, actually, there's so many technologies that people trying to like introduce and implement to reduce the air pollution. If you like if you drive the car, if you know how to drive the car, there's kind of fuel engine that reduce more pollutant, reduce lead, or maybe emit, how to say, like attach with certain kind of particle filter to filter the pollutant before it's emitted to the environment. In some factories that they produce a lot of how to say pollution, it's required by the law that they have to install a certain kind of air filter to filter the air before it's released to an environment. That is a very common things that people do to reduce the emission. But however, for those kind of activities such as like agricultural open field burning, it's very difficult to do that because it's open field and people do it like in the remote area or sometimes like bush fire or forest fire. That's very difficult things that we will implement such a technology to reduce the emission because it's already in the open field space and it's very difficult to control anyway. So the thing is that prevent from the original source, prevent from the like not let that kind of activities or emission things happen. That will be better than implement the new technology into to prevent the emission. Yes. Thank you.
That's once again great answer from Mr. Kraiwuth Kallawicha. And we are heading to the third question. Also, it will be the last question for your session, Mr. Kraiwuth. Okay,
Yes,
so
sure.
please. All right. So this is coming from from Mega Wulandari from Dr. Saiful Anwar. The question is, in the face of climate change challenges, to what extent can sanitation infrastructure be designed to reduce the risk of water contamination and the spread of disease? You may answer the question, sir.
All right, I think this question should be for the third speaker, but in my point of view, of course, the climate change can affect a lot of things, and well, sanitation and water contamination, that's a problem as well. If you like, how to say, like, because those kind of pollution is also contributed by human activities, like releasing the sewage water into the system, into the groundwater. If we can do things well on our side as a like household, or how to say, the waste generator, like so to reduce or minimize or treat the water before it's released to the environment, then it could stop or help to reduce the spreading of the pathogen or contamination in the water. But for more detail, the last speaker may add it more on the this answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Or maybe for Mrs. Maya, would like to answer the question?
Oh, okay.
This question,
Thank you
yeah,
so
okay.
much. About the water security and also how this can spread the disease. Of course, it can give effect to this potential health risk due to the what we call that when we have the water shortage, and we have lots of the contaminants come from the sewage, maybe come from the pollution. You can increase the the pathogens in the water. So the unsanitary handling of the water can potentially give the health effect to the community if they don't have the what we call that good information and awareness regarding to this contamination from the water scarcity or from the effect of the El Nino. Yes.
All right, thank you so much for Mrs. Maya for the great answer. All right, so we're heading to the question and answer for Miss Maya, Mrs. Maya. I'm so sorry. Okay, please, my co-moderator, to help me to present. All right, so the question is coming from Freya Atifa from Esa Unggul University. The question is, what long-term measure can be taken to build resilience against El Nino's impact on water resources? You may answer the question, Mrs.
Thank you so much for the question. The long-term measure is like a continuous measure that we can do to overcome the El Nino due to the, I think first must be come from the good policy, okay, guidelines to make sure that the capacity building or community is very having the strong building capacity to overcome the effect of the climate change or this from this El Nino. Okay, so this can be done from the series of the education awareness, and then the researchers also can see the long-term effect pattern of the water changes due to the El Nino. Okay, so this database is very important for us to know the prediction by using the modeling, so that we can plan for the future direction of how we can overcome this El Nino effect. I hope that this can answer your question.
All right, thank you so much for Mrs. Maya. And for the second question is coming from Mega Wulandari. Oh, I think this is already answered.
Yeah.
All right.
Already, yeah.
Yeah, it's already. Or maybe we heading to the next question. All right, it's coming from Rehan Putra from Puskesmas Kaliwates. The question is, in the context of climate change and the El Nino phenomenon, To what extent can innovation in water management be solution to protect the sustainability of global water resources? You may answer the question.
Thank you so much, Rehan Putra, for the question. Okay, so this is a very good question. Yes, innovation, good innovation, of course, can give what we call that good solution through the technology. Then this can be used as a protection for the global water resources. So for the good to having the good innovation, there are several factors. Okay, first we must have a good R&D, okay, to support the technology, of course, and we need to also have a good what we call that fund, okay, to make sure that the technology can be used in the real application. We have what we call that already. The technology is I mean, available in the market, but how we can implement in our country is our challenge. Okay, how we can make sure that this can work in our community, in our climate, right? So this is our main concern, that every technology that we use must also comply with our situation, and also can solve the our problem. Yes, the answer is yes, of course. But with good innovation comes with lots of things, right? Funding, support from the government, industry, good industry, which technology that suitable to be used, and so on. Yeah.
All right, thank you for the great answer, Mrs. Maya. And this is also the last, maybe my co-moderator, please help me to, oh, it's already? All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Maya.
Okay.
All right, so in the end, the global warming and air emissions contribute to the poor quality. Addressing the global warming and reducing air emissions is crucial for safeguarding of environmental health. And also for the water management, we need to implement the efficient of water conservation practice, invest in water infrastructure. Both water management and climate change mitigation contribute to building resilience in the face of environmental health. All right. As a token of our appreciation to our invited speakers for their valuable time and contribution, we kindly present the e-certificates. First certificate for Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, for your time and contribution. We really appreciate it. Thank you. And the second certificate is for Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D.
All right, so thank you very much for inviting me here and to share the knowledge and experience of my research in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time and contribution. We really appreciate it. And the third certificate is for Associate Professor T.S. C.H.M., Dr. Radin Maya Safira Radin Muhammad.
Yes, thank you so much for the certificate appreciation. But I'm really honored and also very pleasant to meet all of you here. I hope and also congratulations to the organizer for organize this very successful event, and all the best for 2024 to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time and contribution for both of you. Please give a big applause for our speakers and for you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank for your active participation in this international seminar, and also thank you to all our wonderful speakers today. We apologize if there is inconvenience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. And I will be back with the Master of Ceremony.
Thanks to Mr. Professor Dr. Haji Arif Sumantri, S.K.M. M.Kes, as the second speaker, Mr. Assistant Professor Kraiwuth Kallawicha, Ph.D. as the third speaker, and also Mrs. Professor Marjati H.M. Dr. Radin Maya Sapira Radin Muhammad as the fourth speaker. All right, next is the virtual awarding of the certificate as from our appreciation for Mr. Supriyandani S.K.M. MSCPH and Ms. Saldanaura Kavitasya as the moderator to the committee. Time is yours. Here is a virtual certificate for the Mr. Supriyandani S.K.M. MSCPH and Ms. Saldanaura Kavitasya as the moderator of the speaker. Please accept it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on behalf of Mr. Supriyandani that because he has other activities, so I will accept it. Thank you so much for having me and Mr. Supriyandani.
Thank you very much to Mr. Supriyandani S.K.M. MSCPH and Ms. Saldanaura Kavitasya as the moderator of the second two fourth presenters. All right, entering the next event that many participants have been waiting for, namely the door prize reading. In this international seminar of environmental health, there are two door prize categories including, first, most active participant, and second, participant with the best questions. So, let's just say with the door prize winners this time are, to the committee, time is yours. For the prize recipient, the most active participants are given to. Okay, congratulations to Mr. Muhammad Ainur Rizal, Technic of Ministry Health of Surabaya. The prize winner for the most active participant category. All right, for the next category, the prize recipients with the best questions are given to. Okay, congratulations to Mr. Rehan Putra from Puskesmas Kaliwates, the winner of the grand prize in the category of participant with the best questions. Congratulations to winners, and for participants who get their prize, please contact the person listen in the Zoom comments. International seminar participants are asked to fill in final attendance and evaluation sheet which have been distributed in those comments, WhatsApp group, and YouTube live broadcast by the committee. Okay, for the next event, it will be continued with the documentation session by the committee. To all international seminar participants, please turn on your camera. Okay, I will count down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, next slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, last. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you to all participants who have turned on their camera. This is a series of events at the International Seminar of Environmental Health with the theme Strategies and Policies for Mitigating the Impact of Global Climate Change from an Environmental Health Perspective. Thank you to all presenters, moderators, and all participants who attended today's international seminar. Certificates will be sent via email to each participant no later than 2 weeks after the end of the international seminar. It doesn't feel like we have entered the end of the event. Let us close the International Seminar of Environmental Health by giving thanks. I am Aprilia Dinadiana. As the host, excuse myself and apologize if there are many mistakes in guiding today's international seminar. That's all from me. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Bella toja milampaku kana simbani dolanga aule talemu toma tribuluna buta jawa mana mamonjona kama tuli jiko pariati aule para sanganku tributa kala sukanku ngapung luhur jauh di awang-awang, memberkencang-cang na bangun taya karing rang, suku narang goas rejeng pamatuk ngangelu, ngapak mega barihi bernatarik nyuruh, saha anu bisa nyusukan na tandangna, gandang jumpa tentang taya bandingan nana, dipika gimir dipika serap kusa sama, taya karempan kasihan lebar wawanena, manuk dadali manuk panggagahna, perlambang sakti Indonesia jaya, manuk dadali pangka koncarana, resep kahiji rukun sakabehna, hirup sauyuna tarapah hiri-hiri, silih pikanya ate inggis bela pati, manuk dadali ngandung siloka sinatria, kersakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Ngesak ngapung luhur jauh di awang-awang, memberkencang-cang na bangun taya karing rang, suku narang goas rejeng pamatuk ngangelu, ngapak mega barihi bernatarik nyuruh, saha anu bisa nyusulkan na tandangna, gendang jeng pertentang taya bandingan nana, dipika gimir dipika serap kusa sama, taya karempan kasihan lebar wawanena, manuk dadali manuk panggagahna, perlambang sakti Indonesia jaya, manuk dadali pangka koncarana, resep kahiji rukun sakabehna, hirup sauyuna tarapah hiri-hiri, silih pikanya ate inggis bela pati, manuk dadali ngandung siloka sinatria, kersakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia. Nope iya karandu dinoni tawa-tawa, luwu aku to ono meambo penaono, atombe kai-kai atombe pali-pali, ikeni dunguano pedulu duluando, ipoloa sama turua, ipoloa tempo sua, ipoloa besa bea, ipoloa beo haia, ipoloa. buntu anan lombok kiolai membulewan saekan mak turu mentama padang toraya padang kinaya-naya balikan kami unda kak ketuan tama tunduk toraya tutondok malah
Ta ingaran bang tato e mandai basse tato raya
bisa kada dipotong pantan kada dipomate inang mabalong tumelong along katuoan tang ketumeng kamelogi malolo penanta malabi tutondota Indeko esang bara anta pamisang pena anta sirang palo ulembangan pondoka lepongan bisa kada
Sarira pareru Dao ganda paunganan tulera Ento dai kotulera Paunganan rotoriku Pareru noko tadong kontulera Ento dai kotulera Unongan ito sirari Ureru to siroke
Semane-mane ku tolonglah palumatu pangamu tarampanan itu panglata indeluto riu Samane-mane ku tolonglah palumaiku pangamu tarampanan itu panglata indeluto riu Ini kota mama senang-senang Kama kalore-ore Damu pamasi sekalemu Indeluto riuke Tarang dunia samane I koridoro samane Kasih sembah-sembah Semane-mane ku tolonglah palumaiku pangamu tarampanan itu panglata indeluto riu Inde kota mama senang-senang Nama kalore-ore Damu pamasi sekalemu Indeluto Tarang dunia samane Di koridoro samane Kasih sembah-sembah Semane-mane ku tolonglah palumaiku pangamu tarampanan itu panglata indeluto riu Inde kota mama senang-senang Kama kalore-ore Damu pamasi sekalemu Indeluto riu